Hello class, in this video I want to go over HTML links. That is the ability to go from one web document or one web page to another. There are a couple other things that we could do with links that I'll be covering in this video.
It's standardizing what a width is.
So to set this up, I'm going to create my boilerplate for contact.html, because what I want to do is to be able to go from index.html to contact and back. So I need my boilerplate.
If I'm on a Retina device, if I'm on an Android device, if I'm on a high quality phone versus a low quality phone, if I say that something is 300 pixels, it is 300 pixels no matter what the device is. So this is a mandatory tag for doing that. The next thing that we need, the second piece of making a site mobile responsive, is to start playing around with media queries. So here is a media query. This is the syntax for it. At media screen, and then you have opening closing parens, and then you put in some parameter in there. We'll talk about this in a second. And then right after that, you're going to follow that up with opening and closing curlies. Inside of the opening and closing parentheses, you're setting where you have a breakpoint. And now a breakpoint is at which dimension will your layout change. And what we're specifying here is when my website,
Head and body. I'll create some text in here. Let me put an H1 that says, hello class, in this video I want to go over HTML links. That is the ability to go from one web document or one web page to another. There are a couple other things that we could do with links that I'll be covering in this video. So to set this up, I'm going to create my boilerplate for contact.html, because what I want to do is to be able to go from index.html to contact and back. So I need my boilerplate HTML, so I have, let me use my snippet for this. There we go. I'll just get rid of that because we're not using it right now. So here's my boilerplate HTML, doc type, HTML, head and body. I'll create some text in here. Let me put a H1 that says contact page. And I'll also put in a paragraph right over here, some lorem ipsum, just some placeholder. And let me go back to index.html. I covered all this stuff in the last video, all these text elements. I'm just going to clean this up a little bit. So over here, we're going to have an H1 that says home page. And I'll follow this up with a paragraph that has some lorem ipsum, like that. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a couple of links that are going to go from my home page to my contact page and back. So here's how that works. Let me create a paragraph. Usually navigation links are better placed inside of a list, which we'll be talking about later. But for now, we could just create a paragraph. And inside here, we're going to create an A tag, opening and closing. And inside here, we'll put in the clickable words, home. I'll just duplicate that. And this one will say contact. For beginners, it sounds a little counterintuitive to put a home page link on the home document. But the reason for that is that people, web browsers, web users, look for consistency in their navigations. So changing the links that you see when you go from page to page is counterintuitive. It makes it feel a little wonky. It makes it harder to find things. So even though we are on the home page, it is a good idea to put a link to the home page. Okay, so let's build out the link to contact. In order to do that, we need an attribute called href, short for hypertext reference, and we set that equal to, and then we call the file path to contact.html. And then for the one that's linking to the home page, it's href equal to, and then we call index.html. I could then take this code, copy it, and bring it over to my contact page. I'm going to put it right above the H1 over here. And now I have a navigation structure on both of my pages. I'm going to save these two over here. And now when I refresh, I can click on home, takes me to my home page, click on contact, takes me to my contact page, click on home again, I'm back on home page. I just realized there's a typo here. Let's fix that. Okay, so that's linking to pages within my website. It starts off href equal to, and then you put the file path for the web page that you want. There are a couple of other things that we can do here. For example, I can say that I want to not only land on the contact page, but go down to a specific section. So in order to do that, I'm just going to create a couple of paragraphs over here so that this way my page scrolls. So you can see this actually take place. Create a couple more. And inside here, what I want to do is I want to create an H2 that says target. And the idea is that when I click on a new link, it's not only going to take me to contact page, but it's going to take me to this section on the contact page. It's not going to just leave me on the top of the page that I enter. It takes a little bit of setup. So over here for the target, I'm going to use an attribute called ID. And ID just gives this a unique identifier. And just to show you, this is arbitrary value. I could call this Bob for all I care. Now that I have this H2 that has the ID of Bob, I now have all the tools that I need in order to link to this specific section on the contact page. So I'm going to go back to index.html. I'm going to create a new link, and I'll say, I'll just call this target. Right. So when I click on this, it's going to go to the contact page and go to that specific section. So this is going to start off where I am going to go to the contact page, so I have to start off with contact.html. But then I'm going to follow it up with pound and then call the ID of Bob. Save that, refresh over here, and when I click on contact, it takes me to the top of my contact page. But when I click on target, it not only takes me to the contact page, but it scrolls me down so that I can see the H2 that has the ID of Bob. Okay. Some other stuff that we can do. Let's say I'm making this website for Beyonce. So Beyonce wants a link to her YouTube channel. So I have this YouTube link over here, and I'm going to create a new link that says YouTube over here. Then get back over to my home page over here. And in this case, I'm going to pop in the full HTML, the full web address for YouTube. Let me just move this over so you can see it all on one line. There we go. This is known as an absolute path. All of these are known as relative paths. And the way this works is that a relative path looks at the current document, in this case, index.html, and then uses that to figure out where to go within my project. Index and contact are on the same level inside of my project directory tree. They're inside the same folder, so I can go from index to contact, or in this case, contact and a specific ID within contact. YouTube, the application, is not part of this project. It's on a completely different web server in a completely different location, so the only way that I can link there is by using the absolute path. This is the only good practice for using absolute paths. I wouldn't ever want to use an absolute path on something that is part of my project. That could cause issues later on if I have to migrate or change the domain name. It becomes a real hassle. So for documents and assets that are part of my project, I want to use relative paths. And for anything that's outside of my project, I have no choice but to use an absolute path. And look at the structure over here. There's our port, followed by our domain name, followed by a specific page. When it comes to using absolute paths, we want to also establish another attribute called target and set it equal to underscore blank. I'll show you the before and after. So without it, this is what happens. I'm going to expand this out to its own full view. Okay, so here I go. I'm going to click on youtube.com. And it takes me to youtube.com. And it takes me to youtube.com, which is at first glance the appropriate behavior. The issue is that I just drove traffic away from my website. If you think about the business logic behind building a website for Beyonce, Beyonce has a website, or rather all websites exist to cause a user to do something. For example, Facebook.com has a couple of call to actions. The main one is to register to become a user so that you can put your personal information online. So you could create posts and connect with friends and all that good stuff. Facebook makes money based off of the fact that people go onto that site and share their information. They make money by creating ads so that when you're going and you're creating posts, you also see ads that are relevant to you, and then you click on those ads, and Facebook makes money off of those ad clicks. Same thing is true with YouTube. You can go and upload videos on YouTube. You could also go and watch videos on YouTube, and YouTube makes money off of the ads that you see at the beginning or middle of those videos. So every website has a purpose. In the case of Beyonce, Beyonce can put up her music for purchase on her website. Beyonce can inform users about upcoming shows in their hometown so that they could go and purchase tickets. She also has merchandise so that you could buy her clothes, so that you could buy her perfume. The list goes on. That costs money. And it costs a lot of money to host a website, to host a domain name, to pay for the revamp of her website. And having the social links there do have a purpose. There is a reason why you want to have social links, or in this case, a YouTube link for a celebrity. It builds brand recognition. People go to that YouTube page, they could follow, and whenever Beyonce puts out a new video, these users get informed. The issue is that after spending all this money to get users onto the website, when the user clicks on YouTube, we're now taking them away from the website. So the next thing I want to do is... So there is a solution to this where we can have both, where we can have links to YouTube without causing the user to be driven away from the site that we spent so much money getting people to visit. And that's with the target blank call. So let me just put that back. Target equals underscore blank. In this case, the behavior has changed a little bit. You can see the YouTube link is still there. When I click on it, this is the new behavior. I still go to youtube.com, but youtube.com has now opened in a brand new tab. The user can go and do whatever they want to here. They could subscribe, like videos, add videos to playlists, whatever they want to do. And once they're done here, they could close that out and they're still back on Beyonce's website. So those are two different file paths. There are relative paths, which are links to files within a project. Then there are absolute paths, which are links to web pages outside of our project. And if we are using absolute paths, then we definitely want to use this target blank attribute so that it causes a new tab to open. So this way we don't drive traffic away from our website. A couple other things that we could do with links. We could create click to call and click to email. So I'm going to create an example of both over here. So there's a href, and for click to call links, it starts off with tel, colon, country code, and then the rest of the number. And then you can say click to call. And for email, that would be a href equals, and in this case it starts off with mail to, colon, and then you put in whatever the email address is. Okay. So mail to for email addresses, and tel for phone, for click to call. I'm on a Mac, so what this does is it opens up my FaceTime when I click on a call link, and it will open up my MacMail application when I click on this link over here. If I were on my phone viewing this website, then this will open up, the first one will open up my phone app, the second one will open up my Gmail. Let's take a look. So click to call. It's going to ask me if I want to open up FaceTime. And there's my FaceTime app with the phone number pre-populated. So I can cancel that. And if I click to email, this is going to open up my mail app.
Oh no, it failed to save.
Okay. So here are things that links can do. I can link to other pages. I can link to specific sections on pages. I can link to external pages, pages outside of my website. Just keep in mind that if I'm doing that, I want to make sure that I have this target blank attribute so that it causes another tab to open. I have the ability to create click to call links, which will open up whatever the default phone application on the device is. And I also have the ability to have click to email links, which will open up email messages in whatever the default email client is. Hello class, this video is about text elements inside of HTML. What I have set up here is I have brackets, and I've opened up my index.html file, and then on this side I have my live preview, so as I'm typing I can see what I'm typing as it would appear on my web page. On index.html, I can see that I have my required tags: doc type, HTML, head and body. Inside the head I have a title tag. The following elements all go inside of the body element, and these are text elements that I could put onto my document. Every single text element should be, every single piece of text inside of your HTML should be wrapped inside of one of these text elements. So the first one, the first group that we have over here are H1s, are headings, and inside here you can see that when I type in something I get big bold text. The H1 is a heading tag. There are 6 of them, so just to demo that, if I duplicate this, I just hit Command D in order to duplicate that line. I could change these tags to H2, 3, 4, 5, and let me create one more for 6. And I could do the same thing over here, because the opening and closing tags need to match. Okay, and you can see over here that this is what is generated when I use these heading tags. Heading tags starting from H1 show up as big bold text, and then as I go down in higher in number, I go down in size. So H2 is smaller than H1, H5 is smaller than H2, so on and so forth until we get to H6. These heading tags are meant to be titles and subtitles throughout your document. In addition to that, if I have body copy, right, the main content of your web page, the main text of your web page, those should be inside of a paragraph tag. Simply an HTML element called P. Inside of here, you can put in whatever text you want, and it will generate a paragraph. And if you want more than one paragraph, then you create more than one of these P tags. So that's paragraph 1, and this would be paragraph 2. In addition to that, I also have what are known as text formatting elements. So if I want some bold text, then I could come over here and wrap this inside of a B tag, and you can see that my text becomes bold. Or I could do I could wrap some text inside of an I tag that will give me an italic, and that you can see over here. This is bold and this is italic. If I want to force a line break somewhere, as you can see, my text is just wrapping, and you can see that it flexes with the page. But if I want to force a line break at one particular point, then you can use a BR tag, and that will force a line break. So, for example, I want a line break right there, so I could use a BR tag, and it forces a line break right after that point. In addition to that, I can also create a horizontal rule. In addition to that, if I want an HR tag, I can create one like that. Let me just nest this correctly. There we go. And that creates a horizontal rule. Okay, so those are your text elements. There are a lot more elements to go over. We'll cover that in the next video. Hello class, this video is about required tags inside of HTML. Required tags are tags that need to exist on every single HTML document, regardless of whatever content you're putting into it. They are as follows. Project 1, this is the project that I created in the previous video. I'm going to go to my home page known as index.html. Doesn't matter what I call it. The file name is always index.html, all lowercase. And I'm going to put in my required tags. So it starts off with doc type space HTML and then closing angle brace. After that, I'm going to create an HTML element, opening and closing just like that. And inside there is a head element and a body element like that. Okay, so let me just create line breaks here and here. Inside the head, there will be a couple of things that we will be discussing about what goes into the head later on in the class. For now, the only element that we want to put in here is the title tag. And I'll just put in a title, call it, and say, my first web page. And this is the end of the required tags. I'm just going to put in something over here to demonstrate the difference between head and body. So I'm going to create an H1 over here and say hello class over here. Now I want to see what this web page looks like, so I'm in brackets. So I could click on the little lightning bolt over here that will open up the live preview. And this is an emulator of your default browser. Mine is Chrome, which I recommend. So I'm just going to put these two next to each other so we could talk about a couple of these things. Okay, so on this side is brackets, and on this side is my live preview. So let's talk about what we just typed out here. We have doc type HTML. That first line over there tells our browser that this document is formatted as HTML5. The previous versions of HTML required a more complicated tag in this space. For HTML5, it's been simplified. And what that tells our browser is that we could use some of the newer syntax, some of the newer elements that were introduced in the latest version of HTML on our page. After that, I have an HTML tag, and everything else outside of doc type is going to go inside of these opening and closing tags. Inside there, I have head and body. The head is responsible for information that the browser needs to read and interpret so that it knows how to behave when it reads through this page. This isn't the information that is inside of head isn't viewable or isn't content for the end user. The title is probably the only exception to that, where it is visible to the user. You can see that I created a title tag over here that says my first web page, and here's where it shows up, my first web page. The title is also used for SEO purposes, as search engine optimization, and the other tags that I could put inside of the head are not necessarily stuff that the user would see. What the user does see is what goes inside the body. The elements that you put inside of your body tag display on the web page itself. So you can see I created a H1 over here, and I could go in and create a paragraph tag over here with some lorem ipsum. And I'll also call in an image over here, where I'm going to the assets folder and I'm calling the images folder, and I'm going to upload or embed the logo file. So let's talk about a couple of these. Let's talk about HTML syntax. As we can see in this example, the title example, in order to create HTML elements, you need an opening and closing tag most of the time. There are a few exceptions to this rule. The image is a perfect example of that. The image is known as a self-closing tag. It does not have an accompanying closing tag that looks like this. In order to differentiate, in order to identify the opening versus closing tag, the closing tag is always prefixed with /. So this tells me this is the opening title tag, this is the closing title tag, and I know that because I can see the / right over here. Elements are wrapped in what are known as angle braces. So this is an opening angle brace, this is a closing angle brace, and same thing for the closing tag, opening angle brace and closing angle brace. And when you create these structures, when you create these elements, you can nest elements within other elements. So for instance, this title tag is within the head tag. The head tag starts off on line 3 and closes on line 5, and inside there I have my title tag. Same thing for the body. So over here I have a body tag. It opens on line 6, it ends on line 10. I can see the / over there. And inside of this body tag I have 3 elements: an H1, a paragraph, and an image. This process of putting elements within other elements is known as nesting. And what this does is it creates relationships between elements. When an element is within another element is known as its child. So the H1 is a child of the body element. The title is a child of the head element. The head element is a child of the HTML element. And the reverse is also true. The element that contains another element is known as that element's parent. So HTML is the parent of head. Head is the parent of title. Body is a child of HTML, and HTML is the parent of body. Body is the parent of H1, a paragraph, and this image. And when I have elements that are next to each other, not nested within each other, but right next to each other, then they are known as siblings. So this is an H1, and it is a sibling of a paragraph. This is a paragraph that is a sibling of an image, and the head and the body are siblings of each other. The reason why these relationships are essential is that it allows us to create structure on our website, and also has implications when it comes to JavaScript and CSS. So these relationships can be called upon in order to design certain elements, or to build out features and functions that aren't default features and functions of HTML and CSS. In addition to the tag names and how we define tags with putting angle braces around a tag name, we also have something known as an attribute. So inside of images, this is a perfect example, we have what's known as the source attribute. Attributes are additional information about the particular element that you just coded into your web page. So over here, I'm saying that I want an image to display on my page. I want to embed an image on my page. The source attribute is specifying which image I am going to put on my web page. I could call any image that's on my local machine, I could call any image that's within this specific project folder, and I could also call any image that's available online from another website. So here, where I'm specifying the source, where I'm putting in the file path to the particular image that I want. In this case, I'm saying I want to go from the index file, and I want to find the assets folder that's over here. And from there, I want to go to the images folder, which is over here. And as you can see, I have a bunch of images in here. I want specifically logo.png, which is this image over here. Okay, so just to recap, in order to create a HTML document, I have my required tags, that's my doc type over here, my HTML element, and then inside of my HTML element, I have head and body. Inside of the head element, the only thing that we need to concern ourselves with right now is the title tag. And inside of the body tag, we could put all of the content that the user will see on the web page. Elements are wrapped inside of angle braces. So here's my head element, and is wrapped inside of an opening and closing angle brace. And for the closing tag, it's the same structure, with the exception that we start off our tag name with the /. So this tells me that this is the closing head tag. This tells me this is the closing body tag. This tells me this is the closing HTML tag. In addition to that, HTML elements in the opening tag can contain attributes. So here's an image tag, and inside that image tag I have a source attribute set equal to, and then inside of quotes, I put the specific address for the image that I want to display here. In this case, I'm going from my index file to the assets folder to the images folder and calling logo.png. As proof of this concept for required tags, and just to clarify this, these three elements are not required. You could set up whatever you need to inside the body tag. So I'm just going to temporarily remove this. This is your required, these are the required tags for HTML. To prove this, I have my three websites over here. I'm going to inspect the HTML for each one, just to show you the structure. So here's the YouTube homepage, and I'm going to come up here. I'm going to collapse the body tag, and here we can see doc type HTML. Here's an HTML tag that starts up here, ends over here, and inside there is head and body. Let's take a look at Apple. Inspect this page. Close up the body tag, just collapse it. And over here we can see doc type, HTML, head, and body. And then we close that HTML down here. So it starts up here, ends over here. Inside there is head and body. And on my own site, inspect, close that up, and we can see over here doc type, HTML, head, and body. Every single modern website follows this format. These are the required tags that you need for every single web page. Doc type, HTML, head, and body. In these other examples, you can see that there's a lot more information here, right? Like head has a class of @element marker, body has a couple of classes of page home. There's also this attribute over here called data anim scroll group set equal to body. There's a style attribute over here. There's a CSS dimension tracker, right? These are just all attributes. These are additional pieces of information for these particular elements. Okay, we'll be going over a lot of these, like class in particular, and style. Those are some that we're going to see when we start playing around with CSS. It's about boilerplating. That is to create the structure of your website. Before we get into the code, we need to talk about how a website is structured behind the scenes. So over here on my desktop, I have a folder that contains a website. It's called Demo CSS3 Photo Port. When I open that up, it takes me over here. And inside here, I can see that I have my HTML documents as well as an assets folder. And inside that assets folder, I have a folder for CSS, another one for images. If I had any JavaScript, I would create a folder for that. If I had any videos, I would create a folder for that. And the same thing for audio, I would create an audios folder. The key idea here is right from my project, everything that I need for this project should be contained within one single folder. If I have an image that's on my downloads folder, that's not going to work. It may look good on my local machine, but as soon as I deploy, that link is going to break because my downloads folder is not available online. The core structure here is that from your project folder, you enter what's known as the root directory. From the root directory, the only things that should be here are HTML pages. So you can see I have about, contact, and index, as well as an assets folder. And this is everything that is not a web page. Inside there, you create your subfolders for each type of asset that you have on your site. So CSS files are assets. JavaScript files are assets. Media, such as images, audio, and video, are all assets. And the cleanest way to do this is to cut them up into their own categories. So you can see over here, I have a CSS folder that just contains a CSS document. I have an images folder that just contains images. So to set this up, I'm going to show you how to do it inside of brackets. The same rules apply when you're playing around in Replit. So let's get to it. On my desktop, I already have a folder of images that I want to include in my project. They're the same as what you just saw before. I just collected them and put them inside of this folder called images. I'm going to go to my desktop and I'm going to right click and create new folder. And here's my new folder. I'm just going to call this project 1. And from there, I just drag and drop this folder directly into brackets. So here's brackets. And I'm going to hit OK on the error message that I got. I'm going to click and drag this element, this folder directly into brackets. And from here, I can start building out that structure that we saw before. This one. Okay, so a couple of things. I know that I need a couple of pages on my website for this demo. I'm just going to create a home page and a contact page. So in order to do that, I'm going to right click again and select new file. And for my home page, it doesn't matter what I call it, whether it's a splash page, registration page, landing page, whatever vernacular that I use does not matter. The home page of any website is called index.html, all lowercase. And then any other additional page that I want, I could call them whatever I want. So I'm going to right click over here and select new file again. And this time I'm going to call my document contact.html. That takes care of my web pages. Now the only thing that I need is my assets folder. So I'm going to right click over here, and this time I'm going to select new folder. And from here I'm going to name this assets. And inside of assets I could click on it, right click, and select new folder again, and this will create a folder inside of assets. CSS. Do that again for images, IMG. Oops, I selected a new file instead, so that's okay. If I make that mistake, I could always right click on it and delete. So let me do this one more time. Select assets, right click, new folder, call this one IMG. And I'll do the same thing for a folder called JS. And if I have audio and video, I would right click, new folder. I'll just shorten it to vid for video. And audio. Okay. Obviously, if I don't have audio or video, I could get rid of these, right? And as I was creating these over here, I was creating all those assets and folders and files directly over here. Okay. So let's create a CSS file that is going to be stored inside the CSS folder. So I'm going to click on the CSS folder over here, right click and select new file. And I'm going to call this style.css. And if I had some JavaScript, I would click over here, right click, and make a new file called script.js. Right. And as I'm doing all these changes over here, it is changing the actual project, right? So here are those two documents, and I now have my assets folder. If I go into CSS, there's style.css. If I go into JS, there's script.js. And the only thing that I'm missing are the images. So I could go and collect those images. Here they are. I'm just going to drag and drop them into my project. Right? Everything that I need for my project is now within this folder called Project 1. This is my project folder. Inside there is the root directory. And these are my HTML documents and my assets folder. And then all of my assets are cut up by category in their own folders. Okay. I don't want to leave any of these blank if I'm trying to deploy them. So I can start going in and I can start creating required tags or comments or whatever I need inside of these text documents, which is something that we can do over here, right? When you're creating a new file, you're creating text documents. They have different extensions, but index.html is a text document. I go type in there, right? Here's contact.html, same thing. Here's script.js, also a text document. And here's the CSS document. They're all text documents. The only things that I couldn't generate here were those images. Those images are not text documents, so I collected them and just drag and drop them into my folder manually. Okay. As you can see, if I delete something from here, then I will delete it inside of this project. This is just a different view of this folder that's on my desktop right over here. So for instance, I'm going to go into my JS folder, and here's my JS folder, and I'm going to delete it. And there you go. You can see that it's gone. Right? It's gone from this view, it's gone from this view, because this is just mirroring whatever is inside of Project 1. Okay, so that's how to boilerplate. Just one more time. You create a project folder, and everything that is part of your project, all media, all the style sheets, all the HTML documents are housed within this folder. Directly in that folder, you have your root directory, and your root directory should just contain your HTML pages as well as an assets folder. Inside of your assets folder, you cut up your assets based on their category. That would be CSS, JS, audio, images, and video. If you don't have any of these, if you don't have video, you could remove that folder. If you don't have audio, you can remove that folder. And that just leaves us with a CSS and an images folder. And that's in this particular case. Hello, class. So for this video, I wanted to go over a couple of accounts and some software that we're going to need for the course. There are three applications that we need to use. There's GitHub, which is at github.com. There is then a choice between Brackets as a code editor or Replit, which is also a code editor. The difference is that one is an application which you download, the other one is a web application which you do everything off of a browser. So I'm going to go in and demo all of your options. Let's start with Replit. So that's REPL.IT, and that will take you to this website over here. And the cool thing about this is that there is a free version of Replit where you can go in, create an account, and you can code directly from your browser. This is the best option if you do not have Windows or a Mac machine. If you do have those things, then hold off, because I would recommend that you get Brackets instead. It has a lot more features. Okay, but if you are off of a Chromebook, or if the most powerful device that you own is a tablet, then this is a really good option. Because all that means is that you go into your Chrome application, your Chrome browser, and you get to Replit, and you log in, and you have all of your projects already there, and you could continue working or develop your projects from start to finish. So once you're here, the first thing that you want to do is you want to go to sign up. Fill out this information and hit sign up, and there may be one or two prompts after this, but essentially once you're in, you can start creating projects. So I'm going to come in, I believe I could sign in this way. Okay, so as soon as you have an account, you can come in, and this is a general walkthrough. You can see that I could create my projects. These are ones that I've recently edited, and here I have a whole bunch of repos that I've created. Right? Just to give you a quick walkthrough here, if you want to create a project, you can go in and you can go to all languages. And then you can look up HTML, CSS, and JS, right? That's the code stack for our class. That's everything that you need right here. So you just click on that. And it's going to give you this. Now, it automatically generates a weird name for the project. So if you don't like that, and I don't recommend that you use that, you can change this to whatever you want. So I'm just going to change this to project test 1, right? And I'll put in underscores in between, so it's a little bit easier to read. Right. Under here, you just make sure that it's set to public. If you want it to be private, that's the stuff that you have to pay for. For the purposes of the class, you want it to be public so that I could see it. So Shannon and I can see it. So just allow it to remain public. Okay, so you can see that it just renamed it. Here's my account, and then this is one of the projects that are inside of my account. I automatically get these three things. I get an HTML document, I get a script document, and I get a CSS file, right? If I want to create a folder, I can do that. I could create a folder called assets, like that, and then I can move things in there, like so, right? Like, I personally don't like my CSS and my JavaScript in the root directory of my project. I prefer that it is in its own space, right? And if I need to create more than one document over here, I could go in and add a file. Oops, that created it. Inside assets, that's fine. I'll just create about.html over here. And then I could drag it outside this folder like that. So I have index.html, about.html, and then I have an assets folder that contains my scripts and my styles. Okay. A couple other things I can do over here. So this has the boilerplate required tags in HTML. I'm just going to come in here and add some stuff. So let me get rid of some of this text that we don't need right now. All right. And we'll go over what these required tags are. I'm just going to create something really basic, like an H1 that says hello class. Okay, I want to be able to see those changes, so I'm going to click run over here, and I have a browser window over here that shows my HTML code as it would appear. I could also pop this out, which is essential if I'm creating a full website. This little window is not going to do it, so I could just see what my whole project would look like on a regular browser window right over here. It takes a little bit to load up. So here it is. Here's my full site, and I can just go between these two tabs and I can start building stuff out. So para 1 for a paragraph, close that up, hit run again, then you come over here and refresh over here, and I can see it. What this allows you to do is you can create your whole project off of a web browser. It's really handy. Oh, and one thing that I want to show you is if you need to upload assets, like you need to use images, that's a fairly simple process. I have this over here. I think it should be an appropriate size. Yeah, this one's 300 by 300. Okay, so I'm just going to click and drag this directly. Missed. I'm going to click and drag this directly in here, right? So once you see the hover, then you can release it. File is an image, so I definitely want that inside of my assets folder, right? And now I could use it inside of my project. So here's an image tag where I source the assets folder and call love.png. Close that up, run that. But when I refresh over here, there it is. There's my image displaying on the page. So you could drag and drop assets inside of here. If it's a text document or a folder, you could just generate it straight in here, right? When you're ready to submit your projects, I just clicked on my name on the top over there, or when you come in and you log in, you'll be able to get to my REPLs. I'm not sure how that's pronounced. But once you come in here, you will see a list of all your projects. You could click on it, and you can do a couple of things over here. You can send this off to me so that I can see the code for your project, and you can also send this to me, which is browser version of your project, so I can see what the final product is supposed to look like. Okay, so that's for Replit. Any questions? Hit me up. I have my email on the first slide deck, which is the intro to web design slides. Okay, so again, this is for if your most powerful system, if your most powerful device is either a Chromebook, a tablet, or a smartphone. If you don't have a Windows or a Mac machine, then this is the way to go, because you could just develop straight off of your browser, and all of those devices that I just listed, they all have a browser. If you do have a Windows or a Mac machine, then as cool as this is, I don't recommend it. I recommend actually having a full-on application. It allows for more customization. It doesn't matter to me if you're familiar with Visual Studio, if you're familiar with Dreamweaver or what's the other one? Sublime. If you're used to using any of those, fine, totally cool. I recommend using Brackets. Right, it's free and it comes with a lot of really cool features, and you can find it at brackets.io. Okay, from here you could download the latest version, and then it's going to give you either an exe file if you're on Windows, or a DMG file if you're on Mac. So I'm on a Mac, so it downloads as a DMG. You run through the install. It's a really quick install, and you will have Brackets on your machine. If you're on a Windows machine, you just follow the prompts after you double-click on the install file. For Mac users, it's a click and drag. For Mac users, you just take this icon, drag it over to your applications folder, and you're done. Right? I already have it, so that's a really simple process. This is what Brackets looks like. So inside of my machine, I can open it up over here. And just like Replit, it shows you your file directory on the side, and then it gives you a space where you could actually code. So I'm going to load up an old project that I have over here. And you can see that if I open up this folder contains all the files and folders that I need for this project, right? So there are my 2 HTML pages. Here's my assets page, and my assets folder, and I have a CSS folder, images folder, and these are all the things that I need for my site. Okay. And when I drag that into the sidebar over here, I have that exact same view, so I don't have to keep going back and forth between the folder and the file. And Brackets, I could just come in here and edit whatever I need to right from this point. So here's my code, and I have number lines over here. I have the ability to edit any of this code as I need it to be, right? So there I am, adding that line in or removing it, turning it into a comment, I mean. And I also have a live preview. So that's this over here, this little lightning bolt. I click on that, and I'll open up a brand new tab where I can see my project. Right, and I could come in here, make edits to it, or just generate them from scratch, right? So let's say I want a brand new page. I could right-click over here, create about.html. I have the ability to have autocompletes. So here's an example of one. There's doc type. So I just typed in the required HTML tags for that. Oops, put that in the wrong place. Put some stuff in here like title, about page. I don't need these 2 lines. So let me put in the H1 that says hello. And when I come back here, here's my live preview of this page. You'll know these little highlights over here are just letting me know what line I'm currently selecting. If I click down here, you can see that that's all gone. Okay, so this allows me to have an application directly on my machine. I don't need an internet connection in order to continue working on this. And it's just a lot more powerful and robust than Replit. One of the key features is the ability to create, not create, but to install plugins. So that's a little Lego over here, right? And from here, I could install a whole bunch of really cool features. I already have some, and you could go to available and you could do a search. So for instance, there's a plugin for Whitespace. So I'm just going to look up Whitespace over here. And then when you find one that you like, you could click on the install. I already have one. This is the one that I recommend. It's from Dennis Carrig. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And all you do is you click install, and then it'll show up on your install list. What the Whitespace plugin does is anytime you hit tab or space, it actually shows up as a character. Normally, these are Whitespace characters. They don't have any display. They just create empty space. So by having these tabs and little bullets, it allows me to see, like, if I have any extra tags floating around. It allows me to make my code super neat, right? Like, this is really good as far as nesting and having the correct tabs within an HTML document, right? So I can see things are nice and nested. I can see how many tabs they're going in, so that allows me to see that this element is a child of this element over here. Right. A couple others, there's Beautify, so I do a search for that. Okay, so this is the one that I like. This is Drew Hamlet. So I hit install over there. If you find something better, feel free to hit install. But the point of Beautify is, in this case, it appears over here as a magic wand. Whitespace, I don't need to do anything with that. It's just now a feature as I start coding. So, but with Beautify, it is an actual button that gets generated on the side over here. And what that allows me to do is it allows me to clean up the code. So as you can see over here, I've removed some tabs and added some others. When you're coding, you are so focused on solving the problem that the formatting and the legibility of your code becomes a secondary concern. For employment purposes and just for courtesy when it comes to working on a team, it is an essential skill to have, to the point where people have not gotten the job because their coding was all over the place. They were just very sloppy when it came to this type of stuff. So to make it a little bit easier, right, in this example, all you would need to do is use your Beautify plugin, click on that, and it just automatically sets all of your tabbing the way you want it to be. It's not perfect. Like, there's still some work that I have to do, but it is a lot cleaner than it was previously, right? Like, I want it to look like that, right? That's the better way of doing this. Okay. And the last plugin that I recommend is called Snippets. Snippets is really cool because it allows you to create chunks of code, and you could create autocompletes for those chunks of code. So let me do a quick search over here. And this is the one that I like. Should show up on this list. Yeah. Brackets Snippets by EDC, Edward Chu. That's the one that I have installed, and this is how it works. It comes in as a light bulb over here. You click on it, and there is a snippets library, and you can use any of the snippets that are pre-installed in here. You just click plus, and it adds it to this library. So for instance, let me get rid of one of these. So for HTML, I'll get rid of my doc type one. And I'll also get rid of my dummy text. There we go. Okay, so I want to add those snippets, so I'm going to look for doc type boilerplate HTML. And I click add. And what that essentially means is whenever I start typing in doc type, it's going to ask me if I want to fill in this code. And if I hit enter, it'll automatically complete that. So that's a really cool feature. And let me look up dummy text under Lorem. So I'm going to do that too, right? So now I have dummy text over here and I have doc type. So I can now close this out. And now if I type in doc, I now have the ability to autocomplete all that text. And if I create a paragraph, let's say, and I want to put in some dummy text, I could just type in Lorem. And you can see that I get the autocomplete for that. Hit enter there, and I get an autocomplete. right? Now, there's some stuff that I could improve upon on this. Like, I don't like the fact that I have all this stuff that I'm rarely going to use, at least for our purposes in this class. So I could go in and I could edit these things. So here's the one for boilerplate. So I can say, okay, let's get rid of these lines over here. I'll keep the meta tag for viewport because that's good practice. This one, my style sheet is probably not going to be in that location, so I could get rid of that. And I'm probably not going to need these scripts over here. So I'm just going to remove those, hit save. And as far as the dummy text is concerned, I don't like the fact that I'm getting these random line breaks over here. So I'm just going to convert this into just one line.
For 2 weeks. Sunday. Yeah.
There we go. Okay. So just to show you a before and after, right? So this is my before, where I have all these extra tags, and my lorem ipsum is just randomly cutting into new lines, right? So over here, I'm going to type in doc type again. You can see a lot simpler code. And if I create that paragraph again, and I type in lorem, now my dummy text is all together, right? It's all in one line. So that's what I prefer. So I could get rid of this stuff up here. I don't need it, right? And you also have the ability to create your own. So I could turn around here and I could say, hey, that's all great, but I have something that I commonly do. So let me just go in and create one over here. Like I usually,
If they do what? They change it.
if I type in the letters div,
Changing them every year.
then what I want to do is to generate the following HTML. And I just need to set the scope to HTML. You can see that there are many languages that I could potentially write in. So when I'm in an HTML document, if I type in this, I will generate this. Okay, so I get save over here, close this up, and now let's give it a try. So here I go, div, and I hit enter, and it generates a div for me. Right, so it just makes my life a lot faster by generating all this code on the fly. Okay, so for submitting projects, if you're using brackets, you need to be able to deploy your project online. So in order to do that, we are going to be using GitHub. So I'm going to go to the GitHub site. So this is github.com. This one takes a little bit longer to set up because you need to be able to verify your account after you fill out the sign up form, right? If it starts asking you questions about like what level you are at or what you plan on using it for, just feel free to put in anything. It doesn't affect your account, okay? Just make sure that you're not purchasing anything because you're using the free version of GitHub. GitHub is an online repository, is a remote repository application, and what that basically means is it's a place where you could go in and you could store your project. Not only store your project, but you can also use another application that comes with GitHub called GitHub Pages, and that allows you to deploy your projects. So it's some really cool stuff, and it just takes a little bit in order to get the hang of how the application works. There is a lot more that goes into repositories. I'm going to show you the quick, easy way of using GitHub and deploying your projects online. So here we go. Well, from sign up, you will fill in all this information and then gain access to your account. After you do all that, it's going to send you a verification email. You need to make sure that you click on that. Okay, so I'm going to log into my account, and you can see I have many repositories over here. So if you want to deploy your project, let me show you the project that I'm looking to deploy. So we have this site. This is the index page, and this is the contact page, right? This is on my computer right now. So if you were to type this into your browser, you won't see this, right? Because these files aren't there. I can use GitHub's servers in order to deploy this site and make it available online to the public. And this is how you're going to be submitting your assignments. So step one is, once you've gained access to GitHub, you are going to create a new account and you're going to give your repository a name. So in this case, I'm going to call it Demo Photo Port. And I'm just going to put a little DEL on the end, just as a note to me to delete this later. And I'm going to go in and create a repository. And here we go. Now my repository is created. So out of this whole page, the only thing that I really need over here is where it says uploading an existing file. So I'm going to click on that. And now I have this drag and drop UI over here. So I'm going to go to my project. Here's my project, and it has all my files and folders. I do not need the folder. I need the contents of the folder. I need the files and folders that are within the project. I'm going to click that, drag it over, and release. Okay, and now it has all of my files. By the way, if you have any files that are empty, like you created a CSS file but you left it without any text inside it, this will create an error when you try to upload. So you need to make sure that all of your files have some type of content. Once you've done that, then put in a message over here and then hit commit changes. And this takes care of the first requirement, right? So in order to submit your project, you need to send me this link over here, right? And you can see this has your files. I could click on these files. I could read through your code. I could look to see if there were any errors. This gives me all the information that I need to see that you understood the project. The second thing is to deploy this, right? Because you want to see the actual website, not just the code. So in order to do that, we need to turn on GitHub Pages. So I'm going to go to settings over here. I just hit command so I can open it up in a new tab. Under settings, scroll down to where it says danger zone. Right above it, it says GitHub Pages. Select the source and set it to master, and then hit save. And from here, it'll refresh the page. And now when I go back to GitHub Pages, I now see this. Right? This is the link to GitHub Pages where the site is deployed. It's ready to be published. It's not published yet. I can tell that because the background is blue. I'm going to wait a little bit and then refresh. And now the background is green. As soon as I see that, I can now click on this link and it will take me to the website. So this is great, right? In order to submit for your exercises and projects, you need to send me the GitHub Pages link that looks like this. It will be your account name, followed by github.io, followed by the repo name, and then I should see your project. And you also need to send me the link to your code, so that I could see the code and I could see if there were any typos, if there were any bugs that could be hammered out. Okay, so those are the applications that you need. Just to recap, if you are not using a Windows or a Mac machine, if you are on a phone, a tablet, or a Chromebook, then your only option for code editing would be Replit. If you do have a Windows or a Mac machine, then your best option would be to use any code editor that you're familiar with. If you're not familiar with any, or you've already used it and you like it, use Brackets. And if you are using brackets, then in order to deploy, you need to go to GitHub and you need to deploy your projects on GitHub. Okay. So again, any questions, any issues, come to the session on Friday, or feel free to email me. Hello class, my name is Eli Ortega, and this is a series of videos just to bring some context to some of the slides that we'll be covering throughout the semester. In this video, I want to talk about the languages that we'll be covering. They are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We will be covering HTML5 and CSS3. Those are the latest versions of the two coding languages. And those two are going to be the primary focus of this semester. We will be covering a little bit of JavaScript towards the end of the semester. It's not a requirement for the course. This is more informational, just so that you could understand what JavaScript is and what it looks like. HTML is responsible for the content and the structure that you see on a web page. So the setup for column structures, all the text, and all the media that you see is generated through HTML. CSS is responsible for the design. So when you change colors, either on the background or on the text itself, all the typography on a web page and your column structures, what the columns actually look like, are all set up in CSS. JavaScript is responsible for listening to events and then changing the view of the web page based on those events. JavaScript can do a lot more than that, but for the context of this course, we'll just limit its definition to that. So let's take a look at some examples. I have these three sites loaded up. They're youtube.com, apple.com, and my portfolio site. So examples of HTML that we're seeing on the YouTube site is all the text that you see on this page, all the icons, the YouTube logo, and the video thumbnails, the images that are generated here. Examples of CSS would be the color scheme, so the fact that this sign-in button over here is in blue, that there's a light gray background over here, that the text is not Times New Roman, and that I have a column structure over here. I have 4 columns going across this way, plus I have a column for the sidebar over here. That's all CSS. And examples of some more examples of CSS would be when I hover over these items and I can see that the background is changing to a light gray. When I hover over the thumbnails, I see a couple more icons showing up, including a timestamp, this icon for add to queue, and this icon for watch later. That is all CSS hover states. For JavaScript, when you hover over a video, this little ellipsis pops up, and when you click on it, another button appears allowing you to add to queue. So JavaScript is listening for when I click on these ellipses, it's changing the view, allowing me to click on another button that's on this web page. So now let's take a look at apple.com. On apple.com, examples of HTML would be the text that you see, the image of the iPhone, and examples of CSS would be the typography that we're seeing here, where all this text is centered. The text isn't the default Times New Roman font. It's something else. It's a sans serif font. The text colors are different. So this is white on a dark gray background, that's all CSS. These blues over here for these links are all CSS. The blue background over here is all CSS. An example of JavaScript, there's probably some more examples, but this one was the one that I saw immediately. When you click on the magnifying glass over here, it opens up this search bar. And the page dims. So we are seeing a change in display, which JavaScript is responsible for, and JavaScript did that based on the fact that the user clicked on that magnifying glass. So it listened to the event of the click and changed the view. And as we start typing in, we can see that we get an autocomplete UI over here, where the website is guessing where you want to go based on what we typed in. Okay, so those are examples of JavaScript on here. And here's my portfolio site. I'm only showing this simply because I know the code that went into it. So examples of HTML that we have over here are the text, the search bar, the word corporate, and all of these image thumbnails over here for each project, as well as the icons on the left-hand side of the page. Examples of CSS would be the fact that these icons have a white background and are forming this little circle. The typography is different, so these are custom fonts. These aren't the standard Times New Roman fonts. And when I go into the search bar over here, we'll see an example of JavaScript. So if I go in and I type in something like, I start typing in illustration, I can see that some of the projects have disappeared, and the only thing that's left are illustration projects. And if I go in and I change this to the word web, now I only see projects that have the word web associated with them. So that's all JavaScript. Okay, so just to recap, HTML is responsible for the content that the user sees on the web page. CSS is responsible for the design of that web page, and JavaScript is responsible for interactivity, allowing new features so that when users trigger events, the web page can change accordingly. One other thing that I wanted to state about these three languages, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, are your front-end languages. There are also other languages that you use in web development known as back-end languages, and the difference is that front-end languages are run on the browser, while back-end languages are run on the server. So HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, your browser is reading that code and interpreting it and displaying a web page with all the features and design that are programmed in. Meanwhile, there are backend languages like Python or PHP or SQL, and those are things that happen on the server side. That allow for additional features like storing and reading data in a centralized location. So stuff like registering onto a website, that information is transmitted to the server, and the server is responsible for storing that information and calling it up when you go in and you log into a website. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, again, that's all front end, that's all run on the browser, and there are other languages that you use in order to turn your website into a web application. Those are server-side applications that are out of scope for this class. Hello class, in this video I wanted to go over the concept of nested elements. These are structures that you could create in HTML that require more than one HTML element. So there are a set of elements that come together to create some of these structures. Specifically, we'll be talking about lists, we'll be talking about tables, and we'll be talking about containers. So over here on my screen, you can see that I have the demo from the last video, where I have a set of links over here. I have H1 and I have a paragraph. So right under here, I'm going to come in and I'll create a heading over here. Say H2, it's smaller than H1, and I'll just say list over here. And under that, we could start generating a list. So in order to create a list, there is a parent element of either a UL or an OL, and I'll show you the difference between the two in a second. Over here, I'm creating a UL. That is for an unordered list. That means that the list items that I put in here using an LI tag, opening and closing, are going to generate bullets. So then I could put in something like item 1 and item 2. Oops. Okay. And if I wanted to create an ordered list, that would be using the OL tag. And in this case, I'm still going to be using LIs. Those are for list items. And this time they generate numbers. Right. So over here, I would put item A. Oops. and item B. So that's really it for lists. There's one other thing that we could do with lists, which is to create sublists within a list. So let's take a look at an example of that. So, for example, I'll create another H2 over here and call this groceries. And I'll put in I'll put in an unordered list. And I'll put some items that I need to pick up in here. So we can do dairy. We can do meat. And we can do veggies. All right. And if I want to get more explicit, then I could create a sublist for each one of these items. So the way to do that would be right inside of these list items, I can go in and create another list. So see over here, I have the word dairy. I didn't close out my list item yet. It's over here, the closing list item tag. And in between that space, I could create another list. So in here, I could say for dairy, I want milk. And I want yogurt. Just correct that over there. And this is the UI that we get over here. The sublist is a little bit more tabbed in. It generates a different icon over here. So over here we have bullets, and over here we have what are known as open bullets. And I could create that structure for each one of these. So if under the meat category, I can say what I want to pick up for meat. So here is a list. And inside there, I want to specify that I want to pick up chicken. And I want to pick up beef. Same thing over here for veggies. And in here, I'll say carrots and lettuce. Okay. And that's how lists are created and how sublists are created. Okay, so let's take a look at tables. So I'll create another H2 over here, and I'll call these tables. And tables require a minimum of 4 different elements in order to construct them. Tables are essentially spreadsheets inside of HTML. This is a 2-dimensional data model where you have columns and rows. In order to create that using HTML, we need to establish that we have a table, then we have a table row, and then the content for each one of those rows. And that's essentially how it breaks down. So we start off with a table tag. And inside of here, we could create a table row. And then we could specify what's inside of that row of data. So there are 2 elements that we could use here. There's TH and TD, which we'll talk about in the next row that we create. Normally we would style our tables using CSS. For the purposes of this demo, we want to see the actual structure of the table, so it just doesn't look like words going across the screen. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use HTML attribute specifically built for tables, where we could assign a border. And you can see that my table is already starting to fill in over here. So I have a table element. It's the parent element that I need. Inside of there, I have a table row. And inside of that table row, I've established that I need 2 headers. In short, this table is going to be 2 columns wide. So let's do movie and genre. So this is going to be a table where I have a list of movies and what type of genre they are. So I can start building this out. In order to create another row, right after I close up the first table row, I can start off another, just like that. And this time, the table headers are meant to be the titles of the columns or the rows. Over here, I actually want to start using the data that will be inside of my spreadsheet. So in that case, instead of using TH, I'm going to use TD, short for table data. Inside of here, I can specify the name of a movie. So let's do a couple of action movies like Die Hard. And we'll set the genre. So I'll create another TD over here that says action. And you can see over here how that's generating, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate this to create more rows. We'll do, let's say 5. Okay, and this is what my table looks like now. So I have my table element. I have a row here, 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 and here. And inside the first table row, I've established the names of my columns. So in this case, movie and genre. And inside of the first table row, I have a table cell that says Die Hard Action. And I could just change these values as I go down. So we could say, let me in. And that's suspense. We have Love Actually, which is romantic comedy. We have 28 Days Later. That is horror. Let's do Spider-Man Homecoming. And that's also action. And you can see how my table is filling out over here. The last topic has to do with containers. I'll create a container in between the paragraph and the list over here. And I'll say over here that there's an H2 that says containers. Okay, so inside of the containers, for containers are just ways of creating boxes inside of your HTML in order to group elements together. So for instance, I can have a div over here. A div is a container. It's one of the oldest containers. And inside here, we could put a paragraph with some lorem ipsum. And I could create another div over here. And inside here, I can put an image. Followed by a paragraph. All right. So as far as HTML is concerned, the structure here is relevant because it allows us to create parent-child relationships. I have a container over here. I have a parent element called a div, and it contains these two elements, an image and a paragraph. These two elements are now within the same parent. Over here, this paragraph has a completely different parent, and these two divs are siblings of each other. And that's about as far as it goes with HTML. Let me just clean up this second paragraph over here. So that's as far as structure in HTML is concerned. One thing you'll notice over here is that containers don't change the UI, right? I have a paragraph over here, and I have a paragraph over here, and they look identical to each other. This one is not inside of a div, meanwhile this one is. But what it does allow us to do is it allows us to have a hierarchy that we could call when it comes to programming and when it comes to styling. For example, what I'll do over here is I'll create a very basic column structure. In order to do that, I'll call it div over here. That's going to be a container of these divs that will have the intention of being columns. So now I'm putting divs within divs. Beautify. Okay, so let's just take a look at this code, right? So here I have this parent div, and inside that parent div, I have two other divs. There's one div and there's another. This div has a paragraph, and this div has images and another paragraph. And the intention here is instead of having these divs go top to bottom, I want them to go left to right. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to use IDs and give them all unique names. So I'll call this one container. I'll call this one div, col A, and I'll call this div col B. Okay, so each one of these elements has their own name, so this way I could go into this style attribute over here, and I could start styling these things up. So what I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to call container and set it to display flex. There we go. And then, oops. Then I'll call col A, and I'll say over here, the width is going to be 25%. Okay. And if I take a look at this on a wider screen, we now have two columns over here. This is column A, and this is column B. I could further develop this by adding background color. Another consideration when it comes to containers is that we have a whole bunch of other containers that are listed out in the slides, like header, footer, article, section, aside, and summary, and maybe one or two that I'm forgetting at the moment. There are some of those that have very specific placements, like header is an element that should be the very first element on your HTML page. Footer should be an HTML container that you use on the bottom of your page. And then we have nav, which is meant to hold the navigation. So I told you in a previous video that this was not the best structure for a navigation bar. This is a paragraph full of links, and this is what is generating over here, and that's fine, but the correct way to set this up is to place this inside of a whole bunch of nested elements, starting from header, then we go into a nav, and then we start using lists in order to generate a list of links. Okay. That allows us to do a lot more when it comes to creating drop-down menus in our navigation, and it also allows us to create structures that are more search engine optimized. So if having the website found on Google is a major consideration for your project, then it's better to have this type of structure over here that we're about to build. So this is the correct way to build out a navigation. It starts off with header, which is just another container that we have. It just goes by another name. It acts the exact same way as a div. It just has a different name. Inside of there, we could put in H1 for whatever the logo of the site is. You could also use an image. So I could put in an image tag instead and call in that logo image that I have in here. And then we could follow that up with a nav container. It's just another box. Again, it works the exact same way as a div. It just goes by a different name. And inside of here, we can put in a list item for each one of our links. So I'm going to start off with a list, an li, and then inside that li, I can start populating these. Right? So like that. Let me duplicate this a couple of times. I'll just change the link for each one of these. And now that I've done that, I could get rid of this empty paragraph over here. We no longer need it. And this is now what our navigation looks like. All right, so we have a header. Inside that header, we place in our logo. So that gets us up to here. And then after that, we have a nav. And everything inside of our nav is going to be inside of this nav element. And here we have a list full of list items, full of links. Okay. So this is the correct structure for navigation. It is a lot of nesting elements within other elements, but like I said, this allows us to do, this allows us a lot more flexibility when it comes to styling, when it comes to programming, and when it comes to search engine optimization, which is having your website found through Google search. Hello class, in this video I want to talk about media. So I have my project over here that I've been working on in the past couple of videos, and as you can see I do have an images folder, and you see me build out the images tag a couple of times already, but I want to go over it, make sure that it's very clear. And I also downloaded some stuff, some additional media types that we could play around with. So I have this folder over here. There's an image of the Black Widow poster. I have an MP3 for audio. That's what it sounds like. And I also have the Black Widow trailer as a video file. You can see over here. So I have a video, I have an image, and I have an audio track, and I want them to be part of my project. So what I'm going to do is inside of here, I can either do this here or inside brackets. Let me go inside brackets and do this. So here's my project. Inside the assets folder, I could create a new folder and call this one audio. And I'll create one more. So click on assets, right click, and create one called video. And when I go back to my project, I can now see that I have these two new folders here. And I just need to drag and drop these files into the appropriate folder. So here's my audio track. Let me go into images. This will be an image. And under video, this will be my video file. Okay, so now these assets are part of my project, right? So I have my HTML out here, I have my index file, and I have broken up into categories all the assets that I'm going to need for this project. So let me go to index, and I'll create a section for media. I can put that right under the table over here. And I'll just create an H2 over here that says media. And let me get the live preview going. This is what I got right now. Split the screen here. Okay. And under media, we can start off with images, just simply because I've already started. So this is the image tag, and the image tag requires an attribute called source. And we set it equal to the file path to whatever image we want to display in this area. So that means I need to go into my assets folder, I need to call my images folder, and then I could call blackwidow.jpg, and there it is. Right. Now this image is huge. The best thing to do is to take this into Photoshop and resize it. But I also have the option to resize this over here using the width property. And I can set it to the width of, let's say, 300. Reset this, and there we go. It definitely requires the source attribute, and then the file path to the file that you want. There's supposed to be a space there. And then the width attribute is just to change the width in the event that I don't have imaging software that allows me to resize this image to the appropriate size. In addition to that, we also have audio and video. So they are newer to HTML5. They are opening and closing tags for audio and video. They also take a source attribute where this time we're going to assets. Instead of going into images, I'm going to go into audio and call this audio file called theme song mp3. As I save this and refresh, you will see that there is no change to our HTML over here. That's because audio files are not visual elements. So in order to get a player, we could use another attribute over here called controls. Save that, refresh over here. And now you see that I have a little bit of a player over here. It has a timer, it has a tracker, so I could move forward and back in time. I have I have audio controls for volume, and I also have this, which allows me to download this track. And here's the play button, play and pause. All right, I could stream. Okay, and that's how that works. And the video tag works the exact same way, where this time I'm going to use video. This time I have a source where I'm going to the video folder that I created and calling the MP4. I also need controls over here, so I can have a video player. And there we go. So let me just expand this out. So there you go. You can see it all on one line. And let's take a look at our video. This is big, so let me resize this. And again, I can use the width attribute for that. And let's set this one to, let's try 600. And there we go. Refresh over here. Here's my player. Here's my tracker. Volume controls. I have the ability to play this in full screen by clicking this icon over here.
It's never easy these days.
I can see picture in picture, which creates this little UI, so it stays there as I scroll through the page. and I also have the ability to download. So that's those are the media elements that I have inside of HTML. Let me just clean that up. Okay, so we have images, audio, and video. Nowadays, when it comes to most modern browsers accept MP4s and MP3s, so they are pretty widely recognized. For older browsers, that may become an issue. Like, I know that there are versions of Internet Explorer that don't like MP4s or don't know how to read them, so that's a consideration to keep in mind. In addition to that, let's talk about these very pesky download buttons. Even if these download buttons aren't here, the ability to right-click and save these assets is default behavior for most browsers, and that is an issue if you are trying to display content with just for the user's view, but you are relying on e-commerce, or you're relying on selling these media properties. For instance, this is an audio track, and if I'm trying, let's say this is a music artist's song, they make money by selling this track, and what you're doing by using this audio HTML element is you're allowing the user to just download this for free. Right. Same thing with video. If we're building out a site for Marvel Studios in this example, they make money off of the sales of this movie, and we've just given users the ability to just download this straight through the website without paying a thing. So those are issues that come with using these tags. If that's not a consideration, like, you just have a free, like this is a trailer, they're not making money off of the selling of this trailer, that should be fine. But if it is a movie that you're trying to sell or music that you're trying to sell, then this is not a viable solution. So what I want to introduce you to is another element that we have called iframe. And iframes are really cool because they allow you to embed other web pages on top of your web page. So we have a couple of web applications that help when it comes to preventing the theft of intellectual property. So for video, our best bet would be YouTube. So here's YouTube, and I'm going to look up the Black Widow trailer. And I want to show this on my website, and I also want to keep it from being easily downloaded on my website. So here's how we do that. I'm going to click on this trailer. There it is. Okay, so while I'm here, I could go to the share button over here. I could go to embed. And I got this code over here. This is HTML, specifically formatted so that we can see the YouTube video for this Black Widow trailer. So I just copied that. I'm just going to bring it into my site, and I'm going to paste it. And when I come back to my web page, there it is. Okay. So a couple of benefits about this. Number one, can you download videos off of YouTube? The answer is yes. As far as protecting information, there's always a way to pirate and pull information straight off of a website. It takes a lot of know-how, though. What is not available here is an immediate, easy click to download straight from this site. So YouTube is protecting your content. Not to say that it's a perfect system, but there's no such thing as a perfect lock. If you build a lock, there's always some way to crack that lock. The other thing is monetization. So when you build out a YouTube channel, you can gain revenue based on views. So right now we can see that this trailer has been seen over 43 million times. I don't know what the latest numbers are, but I know that you receive money from YouTube for every single view that you get. It's a fraction of a penny per view. So like, you may see $1 after 1,000 views or 10,000 views, whatever it is. But the ability to gain revenue off of your YouTube videos is a very valid thing, right? And whether people are seeing the video straight from youtube.com or on your website and clicking on a YouTube video that's embedded on a web page, it still counts as a view, which goes towards your monetization and goes towards your brand recognition, right? The more views that you get, the higher your video will trend. In addition to that, I mentioned before that there are file format issues with some older browsers. YouTube has it set up, has their application set up so that is not an issue. So when you go and you upload a video to YouTube, YouTube does a couple of things in the background when it's processing. What that allows is if I'm viewing a website, if I'm viewing this video through, if I'm looking at this video through a modern browser like Chrome over here, then I'm seeing a JavaScript player that's helping to protect the video and allows me to watch the video just fine. Right. Meanwhile, if I were on an older browser and I came to this same web page, instead of seeing the JavaScript movie player, what I would see is a Flash movie player. So YouTube has different players, and when you go and you see a YouTube video, YouTube is detecting what your browser is and what the best video player is for that specific browser. So you don't have to worry about different formats and hosting different formats and having exceptions for older browsers. YouTube has that all figured out. So you upload once, and YouTube will assign the appropriate player to the users that come in and watch the video. This is what we copied from YouTube. And there's a couple of things in here. Number one, it's an iframe. Now that is not something that is specific to YouTube. That is an HTML element, and you could put in practically any web page that you want directly inside of the source of this element. You can see that I have a width and a height over here. That's just setting the dimensions of the video. I could change these, and that'll change how big or how small this video will appear. The source is pointing to this YouTube video, and I'll get into a little bit more of that. And the rest of this over here is just a whole bunch of parameters that YouTube uses in order to put in some functionality, like allowing picture-in-picture, allowing gyroscope, so that if you're seeing this on a mobile device, it flips along with the rest of the page. Frame borders set to 0, so that's to change the border. And now let's talk about this source. So the source over here is youtube.com/embed/ this code of random characters and numbers. Let's take a look at the page that we were just on. This is youtube.com/watch $V equals, and then there's that exact same code again. This code over here represents the video's unique ID, right? And every single YouTube video has a randomized ID like this. So if I were to change this, I would see a completely different video inside of this space. Sorry, it goes up to the 4 over here. Okay, but if you notice, the URL is different. This is youtube.com/watch. This is youtube.com/embed. And if I go to this link, I'm gonna copy this, open up a new tab, and paste that in. This is what we're embedding. It's a web page on YouTube that just has the video. It doesn't have the recommended videos on the sides. I don't see the likes, the dislikes. I don't see the comments section. I don't see my profile over here, right? It is just a web page that is responsible for showing the video. And you can see over here, no matter how I size it, it's just a video player, or just the video player.
I just have nothing.
All right. Meanwhile, over here, this is a different view. It does contain the video, but it also contains all this additional stuff over here. Okay, so when you go to share and embed, it's giving you a different page that's linking to the same video, and that's how that's working. So that's for video. For audio, we also have SoundCloud, and SoundCloud essentially does similar stuff to YouTube, but this time it's primarily for audio. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to look up. I'm going to see if the Black Widow trailer or soundtrack is here. It may not be available yet, but let's give it a shot. So I have this track over here and I want to share this. So I could click on share and I could go to embed, and I could copy this code over here and look again. There's my iframe. And I'm just going to pop this in over here. And this gives me a player for SoundCloud where I can listen to this music. Again, not easy to pull this content off. And same monetization considerations between YouTube and SoundCloud, where it doesn't matter if you're listening to the music on here or here, it still counts as a listen, which can be monetized. And I don't have to worry about file formats, right? I upload to SoundCloud, and it's SoundCloud just figures out which is the most appropriate player for the user's device. Okay, and while we're on the topic of iframes, there's one more that I want to show you that's pretty cool. It's not necessarily audio or video. It's not necessarily media at all. And that is the Google Map. So here it is. And we could look up an address and we can embed a Google Map directly onto our page using the same HTML element. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to look up, a school. Let's look up BMCC. Okay, there it is. That's the wrong one. Yeah, there it is. So what I can do is I can do the same thing to embed a Google Map on my website. Go to Share, Embed. There's that iframe again. So I'm just going to copy this, bring that into my webpage. And when we take a look at our webpage, we will now have a Google Map where we could zoom in and out. We could pan, and we can see directions, which will take me to Google Maps with this particular place. Okay, really cool stuff. All from that one little element, iframe. Hello class, in this video I want to talk about mobile responsiveness. Mobile responsiveness is the process of using CSS to change the layout for different devices. So it's not only developing a website and making it look good for a desktop, but also for a tablet or a cell phone. So here I have this example. And what you're seeing here is a Z pattern type of setup where I have an image, some text. So you'll go left to right when you're browsing this page, and then you'll go across, read the rest of the text, and then you have this image over here. And then I have a standard 3-column grid down here inside of this red box. So this is a pretty standard layout, something common that you would see on most web pages. And as you can see that as I stretch and shrink my browser window, there are certain points where this layout no longer works, right? So like at a size like this, where the screen is approximately 375, right? I have this image over here, I have this long body of text, and because of the space that I have available, there's a whole bunch of white space over here. And then when I scroll down, I see the same issue on the opposite side, and these images just become too small to actually see and appreciate. So we're going to go through a process of cleaning this up. So let's take a look at this code. And here is, this is mobile.html, and this is inside of the CSS repo. And I want to talk about the top section where we have a container. We have a div with a class of C50, and that contains our image over here of this dancer. And then right after that, we have another div with a class of C50, and that div contains 2 paragraphs. And when we get down to the next container, it's the exact same setup as we have up above. There's only one slight difference, which is that this has an additional class of RTL, and I'll talk about that in a second. So let's talk about how these two are being constructed up in our CSS. So inside the CSS, I start off with my wildcard. I set my box sizing and my font family. I set the body to have a margin of 0. I set my images to have that max width of 100%. That makes my images fluid while keeping it at a width of auto. So the image can never extend past its parent container, but in the event that the parent container is larger, then it will just default to its regular size. So it won't enlarge, causing pixelation. And then we get over to container. So here we have container. Container is set to display flex. It has a max width of 950, and there is a margin of 60 pixels on the top and the bottom, and auto on the left and the right. And that's what's causing this effect over here. So
this container is not stretching edge to edge. It is stopping at 950 and is centered on my page. And there is some negative space on the top and the bottom over here to give us some space between each container. So that's container, and we'll talk about RTL in a little bit, but let's talk about those divs that are inside it, right? So I'm calling container over here, and then I'm finding all the child divs that are inside of container, and I'm giving them some negative space. I'm just applying a padding of 10 pixels. And then lower down, I have this class over here. That was C50, that's the parent. Those are the column classes that I'm using on these two divs over here. And all I'm doing there is setting the width to 50%. So that's why the width of this and the width of the text are the same size. I have 50% over here, 50% over here, and it's taking up 100% of the container div. Okay, so let's talk about this RTL class. If I go to RTL, I see that I have a new property called Flex Direction, Row Reverse, and all that's doing is it's saying that when I have HTML going top to bottom, normally when I use Flex, it's going to go from left to right. So this element will be on the left, and this element will be to the right of the image. But in this case, where I have that same setup, I have the image over here and then the text right below it. Instead of going left to right like we did on the top, RTL is going to switch the order, switch the orientation, so that we are going to have the image on the right and the text on the left. And that's how we're getting this Z pattern over here. Even though the HTML is image first, followed by text, that is here as well as here. But because we're using that additional class of RTL, and we are switching the direction in which these columns read, we're allowed to get this. We're allowed to get the Z pattern, right? So in the HTML, it's image followed by text, going from top to bottom. But with playing around with our CSS, we're able to say whether or not we want that code that goes top to bottom to go either left to right, or in this case, right to left. Okay, and the reason why it's set up that way will be made apparent when we get to mobile responsiveness. Okay, so let's take a look at this section over here. In this section, we have a div. It has a class of container, so it has that size. It's setting everything to, it's setting all of its children to be flexed, and we also have this new class of gallery. Right under that, we have a div as a class of C100. So just like we have C50, we have C100 where the width is 100%, and that contains the word gallery and this paragraph over here. So that's allowing for this element to stretch from edge to edge. And then right below that, we have three divs that contain their own images, and these three divs all share the class of C33. And C33, just like C100 and C50, these are arbitrary values, I just made them up, but they all have a dedicated width to them. In this case, they're set to 33.3 repeating, or as close as you could get to it in CSS, and the text alignment is set to the center, right? So that's how I'm able to get three evenly spaced divs right down here, right? Each one is a third, and since there's three of them, that gives us 100% on the width on this row. Okay, let's take a look at gallery. Gallery just has some different padding, and we also apply a background color of red, which is why you're seeing that here. Okay, so pretty standard setup. We've seen this, we've seen all these properties before, except for maybe the flow direction. I think that one's new, but everything else is pretty much standard over here. Okay, so let's get to making this web page mobile responsive. And the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to style it for tablets. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this meta tag over here. So there's this meta tag over here is mandatory whenever you need to make a website mobile responsive. And just to shine a light on that, every web page should be mobile responsive. It is a paradigm for web pages nowadays. Users visit websites more on their devices than they do on desktops or laptops. So whenever you're developing a site, you are making sure that your website should look good on a desktop, a tablet, and a cell phone. So what this line is doing over here is it has a name of viewport, and then this content over here is doing two things. I'll talk about the second one first, just because There's not a lot of setup required for that. Basically, when you're on a mobile device, you generally have the ability to pinch to zoom on your browser. And depending on the site that you're going to, you may need to do that. So if a user is zoomed in on a site, what this is doing is saying that if you click on a link on a zoomed in page, when you first enter in our web page, we're setting the initial scale to 1, meaning we are going to reset the scale so that it's back to 100%. You're going to see the intended layout based on our code that we're going to fill in. And then we have this part over here, width equal to device width. And what this has to do with is the idea that, or rather the reality that, when you set pixel dimension inside of your code, like I have 950 over here, there is very little uniformity by default for how big 950 pixels actually is. A little bit more on that. The device itself has a screen, and those screens are built out of little pixels, and those pixels are a combination of 3 lamps that have a red, green, and blue channel, right? A red, green, and blue lamp. And depending on who manufactured the screen in question, those screens may have pixels that are different shapes and sizes. So if we say 950 over here, how big is that actually? And the answer is usually the number of lamps going across the screen or going from top to bottom, right, depending on where that element shows up. And then to add another level of complexity to that, there is the physical dimensions of the device, right? So I have a phone, it's a Note 10, and it's approximately 3 inches wide. But the spec on that phone says that there are approximately 1,200 pixels going from left to right. That's not 100% accurate. That is more a programming configuration on the Android OS that's configured that way, so that if I were to specify that something is 1,200 pixels, it would take up 100% of my screen. So when we talk about pixel dimension, 1,200 pixels on this screen, by the way, would probably go from about this point to approximately here, right? So, and that's very different than, you know, a 3-inch screen having 1,200 pixels going from here to like about here, right? So what this is doing is it's saying it's standardizing what a width is, and it's not looking at whatever that programming is on the phone. It's not looking at the specific type of pixel that we have. We are going based on the device width, and what that allows for is a lot more uniformity. So now it doesn't matter if I'm on a Retina device, if I'm on an Android device, if I'm on a high quality phone versus a low quality phone. If I say that something is 300 pixels, it is 300 pixels no matter what the device is. So this is a mandatory tag for doing that. The next thing that we need, the second piece of making a site mobile responsive, is to start playing around with media queries. So here is a media query. This is a syntax for it. At media screen, and then you have opening, closing parens, and then you put in some parameter in there. We'll talk about this in a second. And then right after that, you're going to follow that up with opening, closing curlies. Inside of the opening, closing parentheses, you are setting where you have a breakpoint. And now a breakpoint is at which dimension will your layout change. And what we're specifying here is when my website, when my browser reaches a size of 600 pixels or less, I'm going to change the CSS. And those changes to the CSS will be declared inside of these brackets. So let's go in and start filling this thing up. We're going to start off really light. So here we go. Remember earlier I said that C33 and C50 have their own associated widths, right? C33 was set to a width of 33.3 repeating, and C50 was set to a width of 50%. Here, I'm saying that grab those classes, grab those elements for C33 and C50, and now this time they're going to be set to a width of 100%. So overall, what this is doing is it's saying that when my browser is 600 pixels or less, those 1/3 columns or those 1/2 columns are not going to be smaller sizes anymore. They're going to take up the full width of the container. Okay, so let's save this and let's take a look at it. So let's refresh this page. And while my inspector is open, you can see the size of my window changing over here as I make the window more narrow. So here we go. So right now I'm at approximately 1090 pixels. So I'm just going to bring this in and bring it in some more. So now I'm at 900, 800, 740. Let's bring it in some more. So now I'm at 650. And there we go. So as soon as I crossed over that 600 pixel breakpoint, my layout changed. So let's go back to 601. So here, I still have my layout. I still have some negative space. I may need to make my breakpoint a little bit bigger, right? But at 601, this is what my layout is. And when I make my browser a little bit more narrow, so as soon as I go down to 600 pixels, this is a new layout. So those two columns are now those classes, those divs that have a class of C50 are now 100% of the width. So we can see that over here. There is a little bit of margin, a little bit of padding, and we set that earlier in our CSS. So that's why we're seeing some negative space on the sides over here. But this image is stretching across the container. Same thing for this text. Same thing for this image. Same thing for this image, for this text. And when we get down to the gallery, there are those three images, and they're nice and big in a one column layout. So a very basic example, but this is how we build out mobile responsiveness. Number one, we have our meta tag for viewport up here configured to set the width and the scale. And then number two is we have our media query over here. And we could chain as many media queries as we need in order to make our websites look good on multiple devices. So over here, you can see that if I'm at 600 and I scale it down as far as I can go, I'm at about 240, which is a really small screen. You know, I still have this layout over here. But I can also continuously change some of the properties about this, even at that smaller size. So let's take a look at that. So let's go back to about 600. That's good. Okay, so let's add another media query over here. And this time, what I'm saying is that when the width of my browser reaches 375 or lower, the following is going to happen. And here we go. So here I'm going to set the gallery, the background that's currently set to red. Let's change it to black. Let's change the H2 that's inside of gallery to be larger. We're going to set the font size to 40. And let's grab those paragraphs and let's make them a little bigger and also change their color to white. They're currently black. So let's save that. Refresh over here. So right now what I have is I have a desktop layout, multi-columns. This is oriented in a landscape. And then when we get down to 600, I now have a layout for tablets, where I get rid of the multi-column layout. I'm now in portrait mode. And finally, let's get down to 375. So here I'm just bringing it in. And there we go, at 375. With gallery, the background color is now black. The text for gallery is now larger. The text for the paragraph is now larger, and the color has been changed to white. So I can play around with the layouts over here for all of my devices until they look right. And I can also make smarter choices about how users experience my website on different devices. There may be things that I don't want to show on a mobile device versus a desktop, and vice versa. Okay. Last point that I want to make is about the Z pattern that we have on this over here. So as you can see, when I have a multi-column layout, I have the choice of setting my HTML from left to right or right to left. But when I bring my layout down to that 600 breakpoint, we change from a Z pattern and we get into an AB pattern, right? So over here, image first, followed by text. Image first, followed by text. Exactly the same as in my HTML. There is no left to right configuration here because there are no columns that are right next to each other. So that's the primary reason for setting up that the website so that we have the image followed by the text in both of our containers, and we just switch the direction. So when we're on our desktop, we could change the direction of those column structures, but when we are in a mobile device, we get rid of that configuration altogether because it's just a one column layout. Hello class, in this video I wanted to talk about CSS animations. So what we're seeing over here is I'm on animation.html inside of our CSS repo, and I have some CSS already worked out where I have a hero. Inside that hero I have some content inside of a transparent black box that's adding some text and a button. So here's a HTML. There's my hero that has a background image. Here's my hero content, which is that transparent black box. And then here are the text elements inside there. And all the CSS that's needed to style this way is already put onto this document. So what I want to focus on today, or what I want to focus on in this video, is to build out two animations. The first is I want an animation where the transparent black box and all the content fade in when the page first loads. The second animation that I want is for the button to scale and change color when I hover over it. So let's start building this stuff out. So here's hero content, and right above it I'm going to call @keyframes, and then I'm going to follow it up with a name, like let's call this fader. And then I'm going to put in some opening and closing curlies. And what I just wrote is the declaration of an animation. This is where I specify what changes to the visuals of an element are going to take place, as well as what sequence they're going to go in. So, for starters, the simplest animation that you can have has at least one step, meaning that you have a beginning and you have an ending, right? There needs to be some type of transition, or there is no animation, right? It would just be static, just like we see it on this page. So, for starters, what I'm going to do is I'm going to establish that at the beginning of my timeline, which I'm going to represent with 0%, some stuff is going to happen. And then, at 100%, some other stuff is going to happen. And I can start popping in the changes that are going to take place. So in this case, what I'm saying is when the page first loads, the hero content, the transparent black box, is at first going to have the opacity of 0. And when the animation finishes, the opacity will be changed to 1. Now all I have to do is assign this animation, right? I've declared that there is an animation and what the animation is going to do from the beginning of the timeline here to the end of the timeline here. So now the last step that I need is to actually assign it. So here's hero content. This is the thing that I want animated, and I'm going to call my animation property. And I need to specify a couple of things over here. First is time. How long do I want this animation to take? So for our purposes, I'm going to set it to 2 seconds. So that's how I represent that, the number 2, and then an S. I need to follow that up with the animation that I want to assign here. I may have many different keyframes that are all set up. So in this case, I need to specify that I want fader to happen over here. And you can see that that already kicked in. If I refresh the page, hero content is transparent when the page first loads, and then it fades into view. And then I have a couple of other properties over here that I need to specify. The next parameter that I need here has to do with the pacing of the animation. So in this case, I'm going to call linear. Now there's linear, there's also ease in, ease out, and ease in and out. Those other values that I could put in place here basically mean whether the animation is going to start off slow or end off slow, or start and end off slow and the middle part will be a lot faster. So ease in will start off slow and then pick up speed as the animation progresses. Ease out starts off fast and then starts slowing down as the animation progresses. And ease in and out starts off slow, picks up speed in the middle, and then starts slowing down toward the end. And then the last thing that I need over here is how many iterations am I going to go through for this animation. In this case, I only want it to happen once. If I want it to happen multiple times, then I would change that number to something else. I'll show you an example of what the animation could look like if we never wanted to end. And my animation is finished. So let's go in. And there we go. You can see that the hero content fades into view. Another thing to note is that the more time that I assign to this animation, the slower the animation is going to take. So if I increase the time from 2 seconds to 4 seconds, then the animation is going to be a lot slower. It now takes 4 seconds to transition into full view, whereas before it only took 2 seconds. Right? So less time, the faster the animation becomes. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is when I hover over this button, I know that I have some hover states over here. So you can see that when I hover over it, I inverse the colors. What I want to do instead is, instead of that being instant transition, I want to slow that down. And I also want to change the scale of the button so that it enlarges and shrinks and continues doing that in a perpetual loop. So let's build that out. So here, I'm going to start off the same way that I did before. Add symbol, keyframes. Sorry, typo. Keyframes. I'm going to follow that up with a name. In this case, I'm going to say button Annie. And in this case, I'm going to start off the same way that I did before, and then I'll evolve it just to show you some more stuff. So I'm going to start off at 0% and 100%. And inside here, I'm going to put what my colors are originally. And I'm also going to put the inverse over here. So at the beginning of my animation, my element will have a background color of red and a text color of white. And at the end of my animation, those colors will flip. The text color will be red and the background will be white. So all I need to do is assign this. So I'm going to go to the hover state of my button. I don't want it to just happen automatically. I want it to happen when the user mouses over this button. So I'm going to call animation over here. And I'm going to call how long I want this animation to take. I think I'll keep it to 3 seconds. I'm going to call my animation, which it has the name of BTN Annie. I'll put in ease in, out this time. And I want it to continuously happen. I never want it to stop while I'm hovering over that button. So instead of putting a number, like I did earlier, I'm going to put in the value of infinite. Save that. Let's reload over here. And there we go. So it's transitioning from a background of red to a background of white. And then you can see that it's just jumping back to the original state. That's because once we've ended the animation, we're starting the animation again, and we haven't really specified that we want a transition back to the original color scheme, right? So if I don't want that little blip to happen, if I want it to transition from red to white and then back to red, I need to build that out inside of my animation. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to switch this up a little bit, where instead of this state being 100%, the end of my timeline, I'm going to switch it to the middle of my timeline, 50%. And then I'll take my starting state, and that's also going to act as my end state. So what we have over here now is the background is red, the background transitions to white halfway through the animation, and then transitions back to red by the end of the animation. And that will give us a more fluid transition. So you can see over here that when I hover over the button, transitions to white, then red, and then white, and then red. With the same pacing, there's no instantaneous jump between one color and the next. So some pretty cool stuff. The last thing that I want to show you over here is I mentioned that I want the button to enlarge and then shrink as you hover over the button. So we're going to use a new property for that called transform. And there's a couple of different things that we could use with transform. There's a couple of different values such as skewing and rotations. What we're going to be using over here is scale. And we put in the values here of 1, 1. meaning the width will be set to 100%, and the height will also be set to 100%. And then if we change these numbers, like in the subsequent step of our animation, to let's say 1.5 on the width and 1.5 on the height, what we're saying is that we want to transition so that it becomes 150% of its normal size. And then, just like everything else that we did, the end is going to be the same as the beginning. So we get a perpetual loop. We get a smooth loop. So now let's take a look at that. And there we go. Now, now our animation is scaling to 150% and then back down to 100%. And that just repeats along with the color animations that we put into play here. So let's take this from the beginning. So when the page loads, our hero content comes into view, and then when the user hovers over the call to action button, we get a scaling along with a color palette changing, inversing. Hello class, in this video I want to talk about custom icons, and we have the ability to include icons as elements that could be styled very similar to text by using application or icon library called Font Awesome. So when you go to Google, this link is also provided in the slides, but if you go to Google and you just type in Font Awesome 4, W3 Schools. W3 Schools is that tutorial site that I was mentioning in a set of previous classes. If you type all that in, you will see that right up here, you have Font Awesome Intro, W3 Schools. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to open this up in a new tab. So here's the W3 School site, and there's a full write-up about Font Awesome 4. Now, all you need to do in order to start accessing Font Awesome is to inject this line of code into your document. So I'm just going to go and do that. And this is a style sheet that is linking to an external style sheet, an external CDN, where the Font Awesome CSS file is located. So the next thing is to actually start using their classes in order to incorporate some fonts. And we can see this example over here. So a couple of cool things about these fonts. These fonts are vector files. So that means that you don't have to worry about pixelation. So you could take a font and you could scale it up to the size of a full screen, and or you could scale it down to the size of to like about 10 points or whatever. And there's no loss in quality. There's no change in file size or memory. Right? The icons themselves are pretty lightweight, and they don't increase or decrease in file size when you scale them, and you also don't lose or gain any quality when scaling. So here in this example, what they're showing us is that you could take whatever element you want. It doesn't need to be an italic. They're using an italic in all their examples over here, but you can use a span, you can use a link, you can use a paragraph, whatever it is. And the only things that you need in order to start using these icons is, number one, you need that style sheet, and number two, you have to have two classes, right? The first class is FA. And FA is just for Font Awesome. That's just to prepare the element to accept and start displaying an icon. And then the next one is the actual icon that you're going to be using. So in this case, you can see that I'm calling FA-car. And they all start off with FA- and then some name. So just by doing that, you get your little car icon. And you can further style these elements by using typographic CSS. So anything that you would do to change the typography of text, all of those calls are acceptable in here. So as you can see in the next line starts off the exact same way. We're calling those two styles, FA and FA-car, but this time we're adding a style where we're changing the font size, something that we would normally do to text. And by changing the font size to 48 pixels, that's generating the second car over here, which is larger than the first. And we can keep that going. In the third example, we're changing the font size to 60, and we're also changing the color to red. And now color is a typographic CSS property. We're changing, when we call color, we're expecting to change the text of, we're changing the color of text. So by calling it on an icon, you'll see this is larger than the middle one, and the color has been changed to red. The additional links that you have right after this are just directories for all the different type of icons that you can use. So if we go to icon brands, for example, you can see that you have some pretty big companies, their brand icons represented over here. There's Amazon, there's Bluetooth, American Express, Visa, Chrome. Elsewhere on this list is Facebook. Instagram is around here somewhere. It's HTML5, Google Plus, which isn't a thing anymore, but they still have it on their list. Here's LinkedIn, Pinterest, so on and so forth. So the brands has a whole bunch of different corporate icons, real corporate icons, that you could incorporate into your website. So if you want to build out social media icons as links on a website, you could just call them from this list. So as soon as you find an icon that you like the Star Wars Rebel icon over here, these are the two classes that you would need. And if you have any doubt about it, you can always go to the Try It link over here, and you can see it in actual play. Okay. For our purposes today, I want to use an envelope. What we have in our CSS, what we have in our web page is a button. It has a link over here inside of a paragraph, and that has been styled, right? So the visual display over here, where the background is red and the text is white, and then when we hover over, the background turns black and the text is red. All that is coming from the CSS over here. So we can add an icon right in front of here. I'm going to use an envelope icon, so I can find that if I go to Icons, Web Application. And I'm going to go through this list, look under E for envelope, and you can also do a Google search for icons if you are having trouble finding them. Just look up font awesome, and then look up the icon that you want to use. So here we go. There's FA envelope. I can also go to Try It, and I can see over here, this is what I need to pump in to my code. And since I already have this style sheet, all I need to do is go into my link and type that element in. So this is an italic, it's empty, and it has a class of FA and FA envelope, and there it is. And this icon is respecting all the CSS, all the typographic CSS I've already written. So that's why it's appearing as white, and when I hover over, it changes to red, just like the word email. So really cool stuff that you could do with icons to increase the legibility on your website by using iconography instead of just text. Hello class, in this video I want to talk about adding custom fonts through Google Fonts, which is an application provided by Google, and they have a really cool collection of fonts. Since I started using Google Fonts, their number used to be at around 800, and today they're at over 1,000 fonts. And it's a really cool collection. It's well curated. So I want to talk to you about how to go through this and actually start using some custom fonts from Google on your own website. So a couple of things to know. These fonts are free to use. You could download them, or even simpler than that, you could just call it straight from this application, and your fonts will start appearing on your website. So a couple of things that we have over here. We have filtering up on top. We could filter based on font styles. We could filter based on languages. And we also have a search bar over here. So I already have an idea of the two fonts that I want to use, so I'm just going to call them up. So I'm going to go to search, and I'm just going to start looking for Oswald. So here's a font that I like, and I want to use for my headers on my website. So I'm going to select it. It's going to take me to this page. I'm going to find the weights that I want. And when I find the weight that I want, I just want the regular one. So I'm just going to click on that style. And you're going to see that it's going to add it to a list of stuff that I have over here for selected family. If I close this out, I can always come back to it by clicking on this icon on the top right, and it takes me right back over there. So this is one font that I want to use. I also want to use another one, so I'm going to go back to the home page, and this time I'm going to look for Open, as in Open Sans. There it is. And this is a font that I want to use for my body copy. For body copy, you want to make sure that your fonts aren't very decorative. Serif fonts are okay, but there are some fonts that have additional negative space, additional decorations, and when they're seen at 10 points or 14 pixels, when they're seen at small sizes, you're not going to notice those details, and it's also going to conflict with the legibility. So we want a simple font over here. So I want Open Sans, So I'm going to click on that. And those are the two fonts that I want. And I could come over here and I could see my setup. I could see that I have Oswald and Open Sans, and I could click on these. I could remove them if I made a mistake. And once I've selected the fonts that I want, in order to get this onto my website, I just need to do some copying and pasting. So before we do that, let's take a look at our project over here. So I'm currently inside of customfonts.html, which is inside of our CSS repo. I have a div that has a class of container. I have a h1, and I have a paragraph. Inside of my CSS, up here, I am calling the container. I'm setting it to a max width of 600. I'm giving it a margin of 0 auto, and I'm giving it a padding of 20. So that's just going to give me some negative space. The div is going to max out at 600 pixels and then stop. And margin 0 auto is going to make sure that it is centered within the body tag. So that's what's happening there. So far, I haven't worked on any of the typography, so I'm going to go do that now. So here are my two fonts. And I want to start using them, so I'm going to come down here, and the best thing to do is to go to where it says import, and as you'll see, this code over here is a style sheet, and it only contains one line of code. So let's take that and copy that to our project. I'm going to put it way high, all the way up there, and this is essentially just saying that we are going to look at a URL, and we're going to take whatever's inside of that URL and inject it into our website. So check this out. This is the URL from Google Fonts, and I can go to it. And you can see over here, this is the font face CSS that we're actually importing into our site. So all we're doing is injecting this into our page over here, and that's allowing us to access these Google Fonts. So the next thing I need to do is to copy this stuff down here. And these are the font family calls. So when I want to start using these fonts, I have those names. So I'm going to create a comment over here, and I'm just going to paste that stuff in like that. And there we go. So when I want to use Open Sans, I need to just copy and paste this line. When I want to use Oswald, I just need to copy and paste this line. And let's go do that. So over here, I'm going to call my H1, and I'm just going to copy and paste this. I want Oswald for my headings, like that. And as you can see, Oswald is now being applied there. And if I go to my paragraphs, call that, all I need to do is copy and paste this directly into there. And now I have custom fonts displaying on my website. I have Oswald for my H1s, and I have paragraphs. I have Open Sans for my paragraphs. Hello class, in this video I want to talk about the grid. So in using the grid, I'm going to turn this page over here that has a combination of text and images repeating in the ABAB pattern. And I want to turn that into this diagram over here where we have a Z pattern. That is, that we'll have one row where we have an image with some text, and then the following row we'll follow that up with some text and then an image going left to right. And we'll just keep toggling that going down the page. It forces the user's eye to zigzag in a diagonal, thus creating our Z pattern. So in order to understand how the grid works, we first need to take a look at this page and break it down into a couple of key points. So what I'm doing over here is I'm taking the diagram and I'm going to start putting some lines through here so that we can understand our grid a little bit better. So our document over here, our web page, is eventually going to have two grids working at the same time in order to create the layout that we want over here. Okay, so I have these lines set up over here to help us, to help guide us through building out our grid. The first grid that we're going to have is going to take our content and center it on the page. So this represents the whole web page from this point to this point over here. And we want to make sure that regardless of how wide our page is, our container will always stay in the center and will not have a width higher than 960 pixels. So we've been able to do that before, so this is just another solution to solving the same problem. So what I want to do over here is I want to add some text for each one of these lines, just to give them each a name. And let me zoom in over here. This line will be line 1. Let me move that over. Now, what I'm doing over here is I'm taking my wireframe and I'm starting to cut it up using these guidelines and numbering those guidelines because they're going to be essential for helping me plan out my grid. So again, the main idea here is I want to take a container that has all of this content, everything that has a background of white right now, and I want to center it on the page and give it a width of 960 pixels. And I can see over here that these grid lines starts off at 1, this is line 2, this is line 3, and this is line 4. So when I'm establishing where this container should be, I need to write that it needs to exist between columns line 2 and column line 3. This is where this container is meant to exist, as opposed to between 1 and 2, that would be in here. Between 3 and 4, that would be in here. My container needs to exist between lines 2 and lines 3. So let's take a look at this page as it stands right now, and let's go to our code. So for this, I have a body tag, and inside that body, I have a container. And I'll be using this container for everything, for each one of these rows that you see over here in this diagram, right? So there's a container, and then there's an image, and then some text. And then there's another container that contains text and an image, so on and so forth, going straight down. So what I'm going to do is set the grid on the body. So here, I'm going to set display grid. I'm going to enable that on the body tag. And if we take a look at our document now, not a lot has changed. And that's because we need to specify how we want our grid to be set up. So what I'm going to do over here is enable this line, grid template columns. And grid template columns basically sets up these grid lines that we see over here. Right, it says that I need a line over here, and from this point, there's a certain distance before I establish a new point, new line, and then there's a certain distance before I establish another line, and then my final line. So, in order to do that, I'm specifying that the left side of my page can be set to anything, so I'd specify auto. The right side of my page can also be set to auto, and the middle of my page will be set to 900 pixels. So I know I said 960 before. My mistake. It's 900. And now by doing that, we can see that our page is jumbled, but we are getting that intention. You can see over here that there is a set amount of space here. Then there is a 900 pixel width right here. And then this is also set to auto. And you can see that as I change the dimensions of my page, the left and the right hand sides are shifting, while the middle stays the same. And we can further prove this by inspecting this image. And I can see over here that the image, the width of it is set to 900, right? So it is setting up this grid where this is set to auto. This is scaling based on how much space I have left in my document. This is set to 900 pixels, and this is set to auto. As you can see, it's not a Z pattern, but we're going to work on the second part of our grid in order to get that, in order to place these elements exactly where we want them. So on the next call over here, I just want to add a little gap, and this is just some negative space between my grid columns. So I'm specifying 20 pixels of negative space between each one of these points. As you can see, it's making it so that these elements are not butting up against each other. Okay, so let's look at those containers, right? There's a container here, 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 and here. So what I'm going to do there is I'm going to specify that the container should only exist within the grid columns between lines 2 and 3. So just one more time, let's take a look at that. I want my container to exist between lines 2 and lines 3. And that I can do with adding grid column and then just specifying the width over here. Okay. Let's take a look at our document. And now we're a lot closer. Those divs that were on the left and right hand sides are now all centered on the page because we specified that we wanted them to live between lines 2 and 3 in our grid. So just based on this diagram, this is line 1 over here, this is line 2, this is line 3, and this is line 4. Okay, so just like the body, I need to set up another grid within container And this grid is going to be a little bit simpler. So I'm just going to spend some time setting that up. So now we're just concerned about container. And container is going to be using display grid as well, and it's also going to have its own parameters. So in that, we are going to establish that we have a column line 1, a column line 2, and a column line 3. So we can specify that we want if we want the image to be on the left-hand side, it is going to exist between columns 1 and 2, and for the div that contains the text, that will exist between column line 2 and column line 3. Okay, but in order to do this, we need to first set it up. So let's go take a look at those containers. So again, this is one container, and right now we have a very large image and some text on the bottom. We haven't set up our 2-column grid yet. We're going to do that now. So here, inside of container, I'm also going to set this to display grid, and I'm also going to come in here and set grid template columns, just like I did up above. But this time, I could put in this unit of measurement over here, which basically means fraction. So 1 fraction and then 1 fraction over here. And basically these two areas are going to be the same size. They have the same ratio. If I wanted this second one to be double the size, then I would change that to 2. And that would give me 2/3, 1/3 type of column structure. Or if I wanted it to be 3/4, I would change that to the number 3. And this would be 1/4, this would be 3/4. Okay, so just a couple of examples of what you could do there, right? I could also use 50% space 50%. That would also work. Okay. And let me also establish that I want some more negative space between these columns by calling grid gap and setting it to 20. And there we go. So we're a lot closer now, where we have elements on the left-hand side and elements on the right-hand side of our page, going straight down. And that's cool. We didn't have to do a lot of setup. That just automatically fit. But it's still not our Z pattern. I still want it so that this row, the image is on the left-hand side, and on this row, the image will be on the right-hand side. So as you see over here, we're going left to right. And if we take a look at our HTML, we have a container over here. And inside of that container, I have a div that contains an image first, then another div that contains some text. And that is identical going straight down. There's that image, and there's that text. There's that image, and there's that text. So we can play around with this in order to make it fit our parameters. So I have 2 other classes I've established over here. Col, C-O-L-L, short for column left, and C-O-L-R, which is short for column right. So in here, I want to specify that the column that's going to be on the left needs to exist between lines 1 and 2. So here we go, grid column 1 and 2. And I also need to specify that it needs to exist in grid row 1 through 2, because I do have row lines that are also coming into play over here. So for column right, I'm going to specify that it needs to exist between columns 2 and 3, and also needs to exist on the exact same row, between the exact same row lines as column left. Now I've established these 2 columns. It hasn't changed my display yet because I haven't assigned them. So all I need to do now is specify which thing is going to be on the left and which thing is going to be on the right. So as I go down this page, this is going to be on the left, so column left. This is going to exist on the right, so that will be column right. In the next container, I'm going to flip it. The image is now going to be on the left. I'm sorry, the image is now going to be on the right, and the text is now going to be on the left. And let's take a look at that. And there a Z pattern is starting to form. So I'll just keep this going as we go down the page. So here, image is going to be on the left, text is going to be on the right. Here, image is going to be on the right, and the text is going to be on the left. And there we go. There's our Z pattern. Hello class, today I want to talk about Flexbox. And Flexbox is a different value for display than what we've spoken about before. Under display, we've covered display none, we've covered display inline block, display inline, and display block. This is a brand new one. And with Flexbox, we could do a lot of cool things. The main thing to remember here is that Flexbox is one of the only times where you are applying CSS to a parent element and is changing the display of the children. If I turn around and I say that I want a div to have a background color of red, it's not going to find every single div in there and change all of their backgrounds to red as well. It's just going to do it to the parent. So with Flex, with Display Flex, it's a little bit different in that when you call it, it is affecting not the parent. The parent stays pretty much as it is. It's the children elements inside it that change. So this link over here, which is in the slides, is available for you to take a look at. This is a really good reference document. Because what happens when you call Display Flex is it opens up a whole bunch of different properties in your CSS that you can then use, and this gives you a full rundown on how that whole thing works. I'm going to cover two things that you could do with Flexbox over here using our repo. So the first thing is I have a hero up here and I have some content, and as you can see, this content is on the top left. That's not bad, but I want it to be centered inside of the hero regardless of how I resize my document. So we're going to take a look at that. And I also have a div over here, a div over here, a div over here, 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 and here. And I want to set this up as a multi-column layout. So I'm going to use Display Flex for that. And you're going to see that it's a pretty easy setup. It's definitely a lot easier than using floats. So let's get into the code. So let's take a look at hero content. So this is that background, that red background photo that we have over here. And content is this dark box that we have over here that contains all the text elements. I have an H1 and a paragraph. So let's jump up to the CSS up here. And we can see that we have border box, we have Helvetica, we are doing some presets over here with margins and line height for our typography. We have images, they have a max width of 100%, their width is set to auto, that's all cool. Then we get to hero, and hero has a background image. It has a background size set to cover, and it has a height, which is calculated to be 100% of the viewport height minus 200 pixels. So from this point to this point is 100%, and then we're going to shave off 200 pixels. So my div is ending off over here. So this background is extending from this point to this point. It is covered. It is covering the full div, so it's scaling to do that, and it's stopping at this point. Okay, so the next thing is content, and content, the stuff that we have in here, this is setting the max width to 950, this is setting the background color, and that's how I'm getting these clips on the corners. I have a padding of 100 pixels, and I'm setting the text color to white. So that's all the code that we have, and that's the setup for this hero. So now, in order to make this dark transparent box centered inside of this space, I'm going to use Display Flex. Now remember, when you use Display Flex, you apply it to the parent and it affects the children. So I want this to change, which means that I need to apply Display Flex to the parent element of hero. And that's what we have over here. So I'm going to remove the comment on this line. Let's take a look. And as you can see, I made the change on hero, and I applied Display Flex, and it's affecting not the hero box. The hero box has remained the same. It's the same size, same image, same everything. But the child element has now been changed. It's now taking up 100% of the height of its parent element. By default, I didn't specify that. It just did that naturally. And that's fine. And if we take a look through this document over here, we can see that there's a couple of properties that we can use in order to center the children. So over here we have justify content, and these are all the different values that we can use and what they would look like. So justify content for center gives us horizontal centering, and that's what I want. So I can see over here that all we need to do is put in justify content, and we can put in the value of center. So as you can see over here, I already have that preset. So let me just remove the comment for that, and let's go back to our document, and there we go. So we've established that we want the hero to be set to Display Flex, and that we want the content to be justified horizontally centered. And that's what we're getting over here. And we also have a line items. Here's a line items, and it does the same thing but it allows for vertical centering. So you can see over here, line items, and when we center that, it gives us vertical centering. So I want not only horizontal centering, but also vertical centering. So I have these two properties, and display flex on the parent hero, and it's affecting the child element.
More videos.
And there we go. And as you can see, proof of concept, as I'm scaling my window, the dark transparent box is staying centered within the space. Okay, so that's one thing that I wanted to show you. So whenever you see a splash page on a website where the content just always seems to fit, regardless of whether or not you're seeing it on a desktop or you're seeing it on a mobile device, chances are that website is using display flex in order to get this type of behavior, where the content is just automatically just formatted to the center, regardless of what the device size is. Okay, so next thing up, I want to show you how to build out multi-column layouts using Flex. So as you can see over here, the images that we have down here are not very obvious, but if we take a look at the text, we can see that this text has a max width. It's not going edge to edge, so there's something stopping it. So that's apparent there and there. Gallery seems to be going edge to edge just fine. So let's go take a look at what's happening there. So I'm going to collapse this. And we can see over here, we have div with a class of container, and then we have div with a class of C50, C25, C25, C100, C33, C33, and C33. These classes I just made up, and they are all specified over here. This is very similar to our exercise 3, where we created layouts using percentages on class names so that we could reuse them going forward. So you can see over here I have C33 with a width of 33.3 repeating percent, or C25, which is a width of 25%, C50, width of 50%, C100, a width of 100%. And that's what I'm using down here. So it's C and then a number representing the percentage of width that it is taking from its parent. So this is taking half of the width, this image of the dancer up here. This is C25, so this is 25%, and this is 25%. So 50, 25, and 25 would give me 100% if I were to align these using multiple columns. It would be 50% over here, then 25% column, and then another 25% column right over there. And then down here for these three images, they all have a class of C33. So that would give me three divs that are each a third. So 33%, 33%, 33% gives me roughly 100% because it is 33.3 repeating. So it rounds off to 100 very closely. So I want to create this multi-column layout. I've already established the width of all of these elements. This is C25. I'm sorry, this is C50. This is C25, C25. So I should get a nice row over here with the image and then two columns of text. This has a class of C100, so it's just going to go straight across. And then each one of these three will also go straight across. So I should have one row over here, another row over here, and then a third row down here. Since I've already established the widths, all I have to do is come back up to my CSS. And as you can see, all I need to do here is go to the container, the parent element of all of these divs. It houses every single one of these. And from there, set display flex. And we get this. So this basically took every single column or every single div and shoved them into one line. It's not currently listening to the width that I have set. So we do have another property that we can use in order to say, hey, when I run out of space based on what I specified, just go to the next line. Don't force it to all just fit on the same line. And that's this one over here, flex wrap. So we're basically allowing our browser to take these divs and just continue them on through the flow of the document as we apply the widths that we've set. So that's this over here, flex wrap. I'm going to enable that, save that, and let's refresh over here, and this is what we got. See, one row where I have an image that's taking up twice the space of these two over here. 50, 25, and 25 gives me 100%. So we have one full row over here. Then we have C100 down here, and that is going from edge to edge. And then we have these three 1/3 columns, these three 1/3 divs. Okay, so really cool stuff. It allows you to create multiple column structures really easily, and it also allows for really cool alignments, like we have over here with the hero, where we can actually take some content and force it to stay centered regardless of regardless of the size of our document. Hello class, in this video I want to talk about CSS Cascade. So when we were introduced to CSS, we defined it as the cascading style sheet. The style sheet makes a lot of sense because it has to do with the visual display of elements, and we could put those visual displays in an external file, like a CSS file that I have over here. The cascade is a little bit trickier to understand. So the idea behind it is that with normal programming languages, all programming languages or markup languages, the thing that's interpreting your code generally reads from top to bottom. Your browser, which interprets your HTML, reads from top to bottom. Your browser, which also reads CSS, does something a little bit different. When it comes to CSS, it reads from the bottom up. So that becomes a factor when it comes to determining how do you overwrite some rules that are previously established inside of your code. There are plenty of ways in which you could select elements. There are plenty of ways that an element can be selected in your code. And when your browser receives two conflicting properties in CSS, let's say around font size, which is what we're going to play around with here, your browser has some logic built in to determine which rule it's going to listen to and which rule it's going to ignore. And the place that you put the code is a major factor, and we'll be talking about a couple of others that will show up in the demo. So over here we have HTML file. On line 5, we can see that we are calling a file called cast.css, and we also have inside of the body just one element. It's an H1 that says hello, and it has a class of test head and an ID of Joe. And again, those are just arbitrary values just to prove that these names don't really mean anything until you actually start calling them in your styling. So if we take a look at this page, there's a word hello, and it's huge. And there's a reason for that, and that's because if we look at cast.css, we can see that there's a rule saying that all the H1s should be formatted with a font size of 1,000 pixels. So this is 1,000 pixels in height. So let's prove that first principle of the cascade that I mentioned earlier, which is the lower something is, the higher the priority it takes. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to add in another H1 right below this H1, and I'm going to say over here that the font size should be 5. So now I have two rules in here inside of my browser that my browser is interpreting for this same element as a text of hello. And in one, I'm saying that the font should be 1,000 pixels, and in another one I'm saying 5, and it's reading 5 simply because this H1 is lower in the document than this one. So that's a major factor, positioning. Another factor has to do with specificity. So when I call an H1 inside of CSS, I may be talking about one H1 or I may be talking about 1,000 H1s. That's a pretty general rule. But when I go in and I start calling classes, now I'm being a little bit more explicit about the type of elements that I want to style. So here I'm going to add some CSS for the style that we have, for the class that we have in this element called testHead. Now I've positioned it higher than this H1 just to prove a point here, which is that even though this H1 is lower in my style sheet, this rule is going to win out. And we can see that over here. The font size is now 40. The reason why this rule wins out is because we are being a little bit more explicit. H1s are refer to a specific HTML element, and there may be hundreds of them throughout the span of the website that we're making. But over here, only some elements will have the class of testHead. So because we're being more explicit this rule is winning out, even though it's higher than this H1 down here. And to prove that point even further, what we're going to do is we're going to add in an ID of Joe, and we're going to put that right up on top of the page. And that is as high up as it goes, and according to that first rule, it should have the lowest priority out of all three of these. But according to the second rule, specificity, it's winning out. Now, again, following that same logic, when it comes to an H1, I may have hundreds of H1s in my application. H1 is a very general selector for calling this element. Calling it by its class is a little bit more explicit. I may have less H1s that have the class of test head. But when I start talking about IDs are extremely explicit because IDs are only used once per page. So my browser knows that if I'm calling something with the ID of Joe, it knows that there's only one element that has the ID of Joe. So I'm being extremely explicit, and it's going to listen to that rule over all these other rules on the page. So the first two rules when it comes to CSS is where the code is placed. The lower the code is, the more priority it takes. The second rule is specificity. The more explicit the selector, the higher the priority that rule will overwrite anything else. And then the third rule has to do with proximity, as in proximity to this H1 over here. External style sheets have lower priority than if I were to actually go into my HTML and start writing styles directly onto this page. So there are three ways I could apply CSS: external, embedding, and inlining. So let me come in here and let me add in an embedded style sheet. So here I'm calling Joe, just like I called Joe in the external style sheet. But because this is actually on the web page, it is taking higher priority. And in addition to that, if I use inline is going to take even higher priority because it's as close to the element as you could get. This style is written directly inside of this H1. So those are the top three rules for the CSS cascade. It has to do with the lower the code, the higher the priority. The more explicit you're being, the higher the priority. The closer you are to the actual element, the higher the priority. There is a fourth rule when it comes to CSS, and that is using the important clause. Now, I've seen on websites a lot, on web tutorials, they'll mention that you should never use important. I say it's not to be used lightly, but I've seen instances where that was the only thing you can do. So let's demonstrate this. Over here, this has the lowest priority out of everything that we've written so far. I have this H1 down here that's lower, so this would overwrite it. This call for class and this call for ID would overwrite it, and the code that's actually on the HTML file would also overwrite this. This is the lowest priority that we have. But if I add important to this, it skips the line, it skips all those rules that I just mentioned, and this will be the rule that is listened to. And right now, hello is back to being 1,000 pixels. So places I've seen that this was one of the only solutions was if you're working with a CMS like WordPress or Wix or Squarespace, where there is already styles placed into the theme that you're using, and based on the configuration of the CMS, based on where you can go to actually write your own custom CSS, it may be a factor where no matter what you choose, no matter what code you're writing, you just can't overwrite something that is explicitly stated inside of the themes CSS. Well, here's a way. And I've seen it a couple of times where using important was the only way in which you could customize certain themes on those CMS applications. Hello class, this video is about CSS positioning. So what I have here inside of the CSS repo is a file called position.html. You can find it right over here. I have it loaded into brackets, and in this file we have a couple of things. So we have a couple of divs over here. This one is called STT. This one is called RLT. That's this gray box over here. The red box over here is called FXD. And then we have another two divs down here. There's a parent element called PAB and a child element called CAB. And the one that's called CAB has a gray background. So let's talk about positions. And before we get into that, there's a whole bunch of paragraphs in between there. That'll make sense why that's there. That's just to help demonstrate what positioning is going to do and how it behaves. So when it comes to positioning, positioning has to do with taking an element. In this case, they're all divs on our page, and we want to move them to specific places. There is a position attribute as well as 4 other properties in CSS that allow us to set the coordinates, and those are top, bottom, left, and right. So what I want to start off with here is talking about this white div up here that has the class of STT, and that's this one over here. So position has 4 different values that you could assign to it. They are static, relative, fixed, and absolute. When we're talking about static, static is the default. Every single element that is inside of HTML is by default set to position static. And what that does is nothing when it comes to positioning. So as you can see over here, I have these offsets. I have top set to 200 pixels and bottom set to 300 pixels. And just to prove this, I'm going to comment these lines out. And you can see that there has been no shift. There's been no movement. This element is right where it was before, right? So whether I have it there or not doesn't affect this element. And that's mostly because this element is set to position static. I have it explicitly stated over here, but writing it that way or not having it at all is just setting that div to a default. So I explicitly stated it, but even if I don't have it there, it's understood by my browser that if I don't state that the position is static, it will automatically be static. So let's talk about these others. This gray box has a class of RLT, right? And that's just an abbreviation for relative. It's an arbitrary name. I could have named it Bob for all we care. And note over here, I have top minus 20 and left 20 pixels. And just like before, this div hasn't moved at all. It's still where it was. But watch what happens when I introduce this line of code where the position is set to relative. Now the gray box has shifted. What happens when you use position relative is we find the origin, the place that this div would normally be placed, and we shift it from that point. So what I'm saying over here, and I'll comment these lines out so we can see it. What I'm saying over here is I want to shift this this element up 20 pixels. From where it would normally be, shift it up minus 20 pixels. And that shifts it up. And then from the left is right on this side, I want to shift it over 20 pixels. So from the bottom, from the top of where this div was, I shifted it up minus 20 pixels, and I shifted it over from the left 20 pixels. And that's what's causing this box to move. Just for simplicity, I added a margin over here on the top div, and you can see that the margin on other elements can still affect the elements that we're shifting around. So the reason why this we have this negative space is because STT is now this size. I can highlight it. So that's the element, and then there's 20 pixels of negative space below it, and then when it comes to this gray box, we shifted it up minus 20 pixels, and that forces it to overlap inside of that margin space. Okay, so the next one that I wanted to talk about was fixed. So this red box has a class of FXD, and again, I'm going to set the bottom to 0 pixels and the right of 0 pixels, and again, because I haven't explicitly stated anything for position, this line is commented out. It hasn't shifted at all. If I use position fix, here's the behavior. So that red box just jumped down to this bottom right corner, And in addition to that, we can see this. We can see something else that happens when I scroll the page, and this is why I have all these paragraphs in here, so it forces the page to scroll. Okay, so this is what happens when you use position fixed. When you use position fixed, you are looking at the browser itself, the browser window itself, and we're setting the coordinates based to that window. And it doesn't matter what your scrolling action is, that div is not moving. Notice down here that it is going behind this element, this absolute element down here. We'll talk about that in a bit. But this is the natural behavior of a fixed element. So if you've seen a lot of websites, you've seen this actually used, where we have headings that stay in position. They just stay on the top, and as you scroll through the page, the header of your website with your logo and your navigation just remain on the top of the page. That's using fixed. If you see message boxes, message or chat boxes on a website, they tend to stay on the bottom of the page regardless of where you're scrolling. That again is position fixed. Or social media icons that just follow you as you're scrolling through the page. All of that stuff are common uses for using position fixed. As you can see over here, I can set it to stick to the top just by changing the position to top. And if I want it to be on the left-hand side, I just change the property over here to left. And now it's set to the top left. And as you can see, it's staying in position as I scroll through the page. All right, I'm going to undo that because I want to demonstrate something else in a little bit. Let's talk about position absolute. So position absolute has a little bit more complexity than the other properties that I've shown you. For this example, in order to get position absolute working correctly, you need a parent element, and that parent element needs to be set to something other than position static. The idea behind position absolute is that you are moving this element not from its origin, like with position relative, or not based on the browser window, like position fixed, but based on the parent element. So let's see a demonstration of that. So for the parent element over here, the parent div over here is PAB, short for parent absolute. I'm going to add a padding of 50 pixels. So now I have 50 pixels of space all around this element. So one more time, here's CAB, short for child absolute. And in this div, again, I'm setting bottom and right, and it is not moving this div at all. But watch what happens when I set it to position absolute. Now it's set to the bottom right of my parent element. And if I wanted to offset that, I can do so. I can say, okay, let's move it 20 pixels from the right, or 200 pixels from the right. And this white space over here is the parent element, and I can shift this box anywhere within this parent element by using position absolute. I set it to the top 0. See, this is the line for my parent element, and when I call, the top of 0 is shifting it to the top of that parent element. Let me set that back so we can talk about what's happening over here with this overlap. So normally, for most cases, HTML elements are either nested within each other or they're stacking going from top to bottom. But in a few instances, you may have elements that are overlapping each other, like we're seeing over here, right? And this is very common when you're using position in CSS. The default behavior of your browser is to say that the lower an element is on the page, the higher it is when it comes to its z-axis. What I mean by that is an element like fixed, which is written pretty high up in our code, is on line 63, is going to recede when it clashes with elements that are lower down on the page, like CAB over here, which is on line 112. Now, this only takes effect when we're talking about elements that have a position property other than static. As you can see, as I was scrolling through the page, the paragraphs here don't seem to have an issue. It's only these divs over here. You can see it may be a little hard, but you can see over here that as soon as I get to PAB, that has that line that has that border, that is going over my little red box over here. And that's simply because fixed is higher up in my code. If I want to resolve this, if I want to make sure that fixed is above anything that would overlap it normally, I can use z-index. So I'm going to go back to the fxd class over here, and I'm going to bring this back in. So I'm going to turn off the comment, and there we go. Fixed is now set higher in the z-axis than the elements that would normally go on top of it. And that's what z-index does. Z-index allows you to manipulate the z-axis of your elements. If you're familiar with layers in Photoshop or Illustrator, it's the same idea where layers that are higher up will appear on top of elements that are lower down, right? And your manipulation of those layers are very similar to what you use z-index for, where I say, hey, I want this element to be higher up, so I give it a number of 1 or higher. I want to go back to another file that we had established, that we had played around with earlier, called display. I believe this one has a navigation, and there it is. So I want to call out how this navigation is formatted as you see it here. This is a standard navigation. I have a logo on the left-hand side and the navigation is on the right-hand side. And as you can see, as I'm scaling my window, the space in between the logo and the navigation is changing. But the navigation itself is remaining on the right while the logo is remaining on the left. Now, having elements aligned to the left is very common. That's the default for HTML. If I have a paragraph, I'm going to have flush left, rag right. If I have elements that are smaller than 100%, they will always stick to the left unless I'm doing something with floats. But I have this navigation over here, and it's staying to the right. And here's how that's done. So if we look at the code over here, this is the standard navigation that I've been talking about since the beginning of the class. We have a header. Inside the header, we have a logo. And then as a sibling of the logo, we have a nav element that contains a list, full of list items, and those list items contain links. The idea here is that in order to get this behavior where the navigation sticks to the right-hand side of the page, is the navigation is set to position absolute, and header is set to position relative. So let's go take a look at that code. Here, this is the header element, and it's set to position relative. Now, I'm not shifting this element around. I'm not using any offset. I am simply declaring something that is not position static, so that this way, when I start manipulating the nav, it's going to move according to the parent element. And now we could take a look at nav, and there's nav. Set to position absolute with an offset from the top of 10 pixels, meaning take it, go from the top of this navigation and shift down 10 pixels. And also from the right, shift over 10 pixels. So here's the right-hand side, and then we shift over 10 pixels. And if I disable this, we can see where the navigation is going to show up. Right, that's the natural behavior for this nav, but by applying position absolute, I can now shift it within my header, and specify where I want it to be inside of that space. Hello class, in this video I want to start talking about column layouts, that is creating multiple rows of content for your web pages, so that this way elements just don't go from top to bottom. And more specifically in this video I want to talk about the float property. The float property is a little complex to get a handle on, but I'll show you what it's all about and try to explain it as best as I can. So let's take a look at this file. This is inside the repo. It's called float.html. And right at the top of the page, you can see that I have this image of a dancer, and I have some text flowing around the image. This text is wrapping around this image. And that's because of this little property over here called float left. And you can see that if I remove it, this is what the default would show as without it. Oops. So here, if you have an image and then you follow it up with some text, then it would just stack from top to bottom. You wouldn't get that text wrapping effect. And this is what the float property was initially based off of, the ability to wrap content around other content. When it comes to column structures, this became a very popular technique to creating columns, as you can see over here, and we'll get into all this stuff. It is now pretty outdated as far as new websites are concerned. The main reason why I show this is because there's still plenty of websites that are using the structure. So if you encounter them, you know how to manage it. I want to show you what's happening behind the scenes in order to make this effect, this text wrapping. So I'm going to come over here to this paragraph, and I'm going to inline some CSS that's going to apply a background to the first paragraph over here. So I'm going to just set the color to gray. And this is the behavior. So that gray box represents the whole paragraph element. The paragraph is not shifting around the image. The paragraph is behind, the image is on top, and the content within the paragraph, the text within the paragraph, is what's shifting around that image. So if this paragraph without the image, if the image wasn't here, let's say this dimension is 600 pixels, right? This paragraph remains 600 pixels with or without that image, right? The only difference is that now that the image is floated, even though the paragraph remains at 600 pixels, the content within it, this stuff, is what shifts around, and that's what's getting smaller, and that's what's wrapping. The most complicated part of float is the fact that it comes with another property that you need to use in order to use it effectively, and that's the clear tag. And we have clear, and we set it to the value of both. And what that allows to happen is it stops any unintended behavior from floated elements. What that means is that as soon as I initialize inside of an element that something in here is going to float, well, not only is that element going to respond to that, but all the other elements are also going to respond to that. And by establishing that I have this clear both tag over here, you can see that I put in a break tag I called style, and I just called clear both over here. As soon as I have clear established, what that's going to do is it's going to say that going past this line, none of the other elements, like this container and all of its divs inside, are not going to respond to the fact that this element is floated. So I'm limiting which elements are affected by this float. Essentially, the image is floating, and these two paragraphs are affected by it, but I don't want anything else to be affected by it, so I use that clear both tag. The reason why I'm using a break is because the break does not take any dimension, and this is a simpler way of doing it. There is one other way that I'll show you here that's a little bit more complex, but it comes with a set of better benefits. In the next section of this webpage, I provide a demo for how floats have been used to create column layouts. So one thing I want to call out here is I have these three divs. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and here they are. And in order to effectively use divs as column structures, or rather to use float left as a property to build out columns, the main idea here is that you would have a container. So you can see I have a div called container, and all your columns would be inside of that container. The second part to setting something like this up is you can have a common class where you could establish that each one of these elements are going to be floated. So we have this class over here, col, And each one of those, or rather this class of coal, has that property of float left. In addition to that, because we're using classes, we can also establish a secondary class where we determine the width. So coal 33 has the property where the width is set to 33%. C66 is set up with a width of 66%. The C100 is set up with a width of 100%. And let's go take a look at that CSS. So here is the container. It has a background color of red, has a max width of 750, and is set to the center of our page. And if I stretch this out, you'll be able to see that. There it is. So 650, and as a background color of red, you can see it down here. Each one of these divs has a background color of white, which is why you're not seeing the red behind them. But we'll get into why that's set up like that in a bit. Okay, so now I have the class of coal, and this is where I'm establishing that the backgrounds are all white, that they all have a red border, and they have some padding. And here's where I establish float left. So that's going to affect 1, 2, 3 divs. But each one of these divs has a different secondary class. So here's C33, that's this one over here, set to a width of 33%. Here's C66, set to a width of 66.6 repeating. And here is a class C100 set to the width of 100. And that allows me to create a column structure where I have a 1/3 div, a 2/3 div, and a full width div. Okay, now let's take a look at the next 3 divs, where I step and repeat this pattern, right? So I'm just going to collapse these, and let's just talk about these 2 for now. So here I have coal established, saying that these 2 elements are going to be set to float left, and that's what allows me to have this left to right setup. And they both have a class, they both share the class called C50. And as you can guess, the width on C50 is set to 50%. Let me show you that up here. So one cool thing about using multiple classes is that I can use what's known as modular CSS in order to create a whole array of different structures. So the fact that I've set all these up, I have a 1/3, a 2/3, a 1/2, and a full. I could come in and I could create a whole bunch of different combinations. I also have a 1/4, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But just using this, I could also establish that I want 3 divs that are identical to each other. I want 3 1/3 divs. So I could do something like this. I'll put it after this 100% div. Actually, I'll put it after these 2 divs over here. So here we go. Div 1, div 2, div 3. So that's just another combination using stuff that I've already established. And then all I need to do is change the content within here. As you'll see, what's different between these 2 divs and every other div is every other div has this class of coal, which we've established has float assigned to the left, has a value of left. And these have a class of core. Well, let's go take a look at that. So here's core. It's identical to coal, with one exception. That float is set to right. By using float right, what we're doing is we're changing the direction in which these elements appear. As you can see in this example up here, this is coal, and this is float left, and this is float left. This div appears in our HTML. It's this one. And then when we get to the next element, it goes over, going left to right. But meanwhile, when we flip that around and we start using float right, then that means that we are right aligning our elements. So this element is all the way set to the right, and this element is next to it. So that changes the direction. We're now going right to left. So that's the difference between float left, where we're going from left to right, and float right, where we're going from right to left. And that allows us to do some pretty cool things when it comes to responsiveness, which we'll be talking about later. But I want you to just understand that those are the 2 properties that you can use. Those are 2 of the properties that you can use with float. You can set it to float left, which gives you a direction of left to right. You can also use float right, giving you a direction from right to left. Now, I was talking about that property clear both. So here is the syntax for that. It goes on the parent element, in this case is .container, and then we use what's known as a pseudo class, :after. And then we build out these two properties. Content blank, content set to an empty string, just opening and closing single quotes, and then we set it to display block. And then after we do all that, then we set this to clear both. Again, the intention over here is to have an element that's going to stop this behavior, stop the floating behavior when we want it to, not affect any other elements that are going to precede this. In order, or how this is working, is that the after class allows you to apply some content inside of your HTML. It's not true HTML, so for instance, I can put in the word hi over here, and you can see the word hi appearing at the end of my container. So right before my container ends, that's what :after is doing, I'm going to use CSS to just dynamically create some content. This also has applications when it comes to changing icons or the bullets that you see in lists. It's a really effective tool when it comes to stuff like that. By setting it to just an empty string, just opening and closing quotes, what's happening over here is we are establishing that since the element is set to display block, and since it contains nothing, it will not have any width or height. So we now have an element that is essentially invisible on our webpage, and we're going to apply clear both to that. And by the way, just to show you what this looks like or why this is important to add, by removing that clear both, I specified that the container has a background color of red. But because all of these elements are set to either float left or float right, the contents are shifting over, and the container now has no height. So I can show you that over here. If I inspect this, and let's inspect this div over here, I can see the dimensions for this div, right? It's 216 pixels by 72 pixels. Let me take a look at a sibling. This one is 433 pixels by 72 pixels. Now let me take a look at the container. The container is 650 pixels in width by 0 pixels in height. Because of all these floated elements, I'm essentially doing what I'm doing up here with this image. I'm taking it out of the document flow, and it is now no longer affecting the height of the container. Remember, height is determined by the content, and by floating all these elements, I'm essentially saying to the container that there is no content in there to apply height to. But by specifying that I no longer want the floating behavior to affect anything past this point, meaning the container itself, because the container is ending right over here, it now has a way of determining how big it should be based on all those floated elements within it. As we can see over here, it now has a height of 820 pixels. Hello class, in this video I want to talk about the display property. To call that out, I've built out this file over here, and I want to talk about a couple of the elements that are on this page and why we're seeing what we're seeing. So let's take a look at this paragraph right here. And we can see that inside the paragraph, we have a bold tag and we have an italic tag. So that's these two over here. And you can see that I highlighted them. I gave them both a background color of red. So let's take a look at some of the CSS that we have over here. Here, I have my presets. I'm using the star wildcard. So I can see that I set my margin to 0 and I set my box sizing to border box, meaning that when I specify something as X amount of pixels in width or height, that it is that measurement regardless of the amount of negative space that I put around it in regards to padding or borders, right? So if I call something 200 pixels, it doesn't matter if the padding is 20 pixels or 200 pixels, that box will remain 200 pixels. The negative space inside that box will change, but the box itself will remain 200 pixels. So that's what this is doing over here. So let's take a look at the CSS that I have for this bold tag. So here, as we can see, we have a background set to red, we have the padding set to 20, we have the margin set to 20, and we have the width set to 200 pixels. Okay. And when we take a look at the italic element, we can see the same CSS. We have color red, width is 200 pixels. This is a mistake. It's the exact same CSS. Padding is set to 20, width is set to 200, margin is set to 20. And let's take a look at the behavior. This is what we're getting when we apply that CSS to these two elements, right? So a couple of things that we can notice. Number one, the margin is not responding as far as top and bottom are concerned. It is responding as far as left and right are concerned, right? There's 20 pixels of negative space over here and here. Then there's 20 pixels of negative space on this side and this side for the italic tag. But as far as top and bottom, we can see that we're getting, this isn't shifting the text. It's not giving it any negative space on the bottom or the top. As a matter of fact, it's overlapping elements that we're seeing over here. Same thing is true with the padding, right? We are seeing that there is additional padding. So here it is without the padding. There it is with the padding. We can see that it is adding padding all around, but the fact that the box has now grown in size is not affecting the elements around it by shifting this red box lower. We're seeing overlap. This red box is over hello class, and we're seeing this text down here overlapping the red box. And in addition to that, the width is completely ignored. Right, and the same thing is true with height. So you can see over here that I'm going to shift my width to 200,000 pixels. It does not change this at all. So let's talk about why that is. The elements that show up inside text are known as inline elements, and that includes bold tags, that includes italic tags, that includes links, and we'll talk about this one down here in a bit. Inline elements are treated like text. What that means is that the structure for these text elements follow the pattern that you would see when you were learning how to write letters, right? You have a baseline, you have an ascender line, you have an X height, and you construct your letters accordingly. So even though it is an additional element inside of HTML, it's treated like text as a baseline, as X height, and it has a ascender. It does have a couple of other lines. It follows all of the typographic letter form rules. And what that also means is that the width of this element is determined by how much content is within it, right? If I start adding more text in here, the box gets wider. If I reduce the amount of text in here, the box gets shorter, right, or more narrow. And the same thing is true with all of these text elements. Okay. So with that, in regards to the HTML and CSS spec, these elements do not inherently have width or height. And that's why we have this behavior over here. One thing that they do have is the ability to wrap around each other, right? I have established a bold tag over here, and I have an I tag right next to it, and they are going left to right, just as we expect text to do, right? We expect text to go left to right. Now let's take a look at these divs over here. So I'm going to reduce this for a second. Oh, looks like I can, so I'll just expand this out. And you can see over here, I have 3 divs. I want to talk about these first 2. These 2 divs have paragraphs. And inside those paragraphs are some text. Let's take a look at the CSS for that. And again, it's identical to what we have for the bold and italic tag. The background is red, the width is 200, the padding is 20, the margin is 20. Now this is responding, as far as padding and margin are concerned, this is responding as I expected to. There's 20 pixels of margin on all 4 sides. There's 20 pixels of padding going from the edge in, and I'm not seeing any of that overlap that I see with these elements. It's not going over each other. The background color is red, and the width is 200 pixels. If I change this to, let's say, 250, you can see that the boxes are all enlarging. If I set this to 150, you can see that the boxes are getting shorter, right? So when it comes to these type of elements, these are known as block elements. And block elements are your containers, your footer, your header, your section, your articles. They also include your major text elements like paragraph and H1s, H2s, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And they're called block elements, and they basically fit the box model. They have a width, they have a height, they have padding, they have margin. So one thing that I want to call out here is when you are applying CSS to a web page, what you are doing is you're overwriting the CSS that is automatically inherited with the browser. What I mean by that is there's a reason why this text is by default black, why the typeface is by default Times New Roman. Chrome, which is the browser that we're looking at here, has set those rules. And when we go in and we write some CSS, we're changing those rules and that will change the display of these elements on your page. So there is a property that is in charge of how these elements behave, and that is called the display property. So the main differences that we can see between inline elements like bold and italic and block elements like divs are this. Number one, text elements don't really respect your spacing properties like padding and margin, or they don't respond as you expect them to. And they do go left to right. And they don't have any, they don't respect the width or height properties, because their width and height are determined by the content within those elements, right? The more text I have inside of this bold tag, the longer and larger it'll get. Meanwhile, with block elements, they do have a width and a height. They do respect spacing properties like padding and margin. One thing that they seem to have an issue with is left to right alignment. These two divs are 200 pixels in width, and they are stacking on top of each other. Over here, we can see that we have a bold tag and we have an italic, and they're going left to right. Now, these are inline elements and these are block elements, and this is the default for block elements. The only reason why this is showing up at 200 pixels is because that's what I specified. If I didn't specify anything, then the elements go edge to edge. They fill up as much space as possible. Block elements are very greedy when it comes to width. Their height is determined by the content, but their width is determined by how much space they could get away with, how much space they could stretch out to. Now, you do see some white on the sides, and that's because of this margin over here. And you can see that if I get rid of that, it goes edge to edge, no problem. It's just going to fill up that space. It's going to fill up its parent element, unless you specify a width of something else. So now that we have these two very small divs, there's plenty of space over here for this div to just sit in. It's not going to do that though, because the default behavior for divs is number one, they're very greedy with space, and number two, they always stack on top of each other by default. So let's play around with some of this stuff. I want to introduce you to the display property, and for the display property, we can overwrite any of those properties that we just spoke about. So for instance, divs are by default block elements, so we're not changing anything by adding this in. And if I were to call italic element an inline element, so I'll give it a display. I'll give it a display of inline. I'm not changing anything about that either. There is a hybrid that's available inside of CSS, and that's called inline block. And as you can see over here, by changing the display of this element to inline block, we change that behavior between these two elements, where they can now sit left to right. They flow like text, where they go left to right along the document. In addition to that, you can see over here that I have uneven content, uneven heights between these two divs, and they're aligned to the bottom as opposed to the top. If I wanted to change that, I could call another property called vertical alignment and set it to the top. Before I do that, I just want to talk about why this is happening. Remember that inline elements are constructed as text. So they have a baseline, they have an ascender, and when you're drawing letters, it doesn't matter how tall the letter is, they are aligned to the baseline, right? So if I'm drawing an S and a T, the T is larger than the S, but they sit on the base and are aligned on the bottom of their letter forms. And that's exactly what's happening over here. This div is acting partially like a letter form, just like this one, and because of that, they're aligned to their baseline. We could change that using the vertical align property, and I could call top over here, and now these two divs are aligned to the top. So there's a lot of stuff that we could do with that. So let's take a look at this A tag over here, just to really call this out. So that takes us down to this last div down here. So here's a div. This div has a paragraph, and that paragraph contains a link. Right? That link has already been formatted as a button. If we could look over here, we can see that we have a background color of black. The text color is white. The text decoration is set to none. Padding is set to 10, and the width is set to 100 pixels. Now, a tag is an inline element, so it's responding just like this, and we can see that it's overlapping the text on top. I specified that I want a width of 100%, meaning that it's going to be 100% of the red box minus the padding that we have for that red box, and we can see that those rules are currently being ignored because this is an inline element. But as soon as we initialize the display property and change it to display inline block, I'll do that again, we can see that now it's no longer overlapping, and now it is 100% of the available space of its parent element. We can also apply margin to the top now. We can say margin top, and we can apply something like 10 pixels, so we can further pull it away from the rest of the text. Now that it's inline block, and now that it has a width, we can also call text align, and we can set it to center, like that. Something that we wouldn't be able to do if this property wasn't here. There is no empty space to center that text within because the width is set based on the content. As soon as we change the display property of this element, we now do have negative space, and now we could align the text within it. There's a couple of different properties that we're going to be exploring when it comes to display. This is a major one, the ability to use inline block, because of how we could blend some of the cool properties of inline elements and some of the cool properties of block elements and start merging them together. So we could have a link, which is normally an inline element, and give it things like width and padding and text alignments. We could have elements that would normally stack, like these two divs over here, and have them go left to right. So really cool stuff that we could do with that. There is one other thing that we can do with this, with the display property that I want to cover, which is display none. So I'm going to go over here to the bold element. I'm going to call display, and I'm going to set it to none, and it's gone. Now, the HTML is still there. I didn't delete the bold element. I'm just hiding it. It no longer has width. It no longer has height, and that makes it invisible to our end user. It sounds a little counterproductive to have some code and then just hide it, but there are a lot of applications for this, especially when it comes to responsiveness and when it comes to adding interactivity through JavaScript. A couple for instances, whenever you see a mobile menu on your phone, where you click on the menu icon and then the navigation appears, that's happening because that navigation was already there. It was just hidden from you. And it took a little bit of JavaScript and a little bit of CSS to show the navigation when a user clicks on that menu. Hello, class. This video is about how you can inject CSS in one of three ways. So I have over here two HTML files. They are pretty much identical to each other. They both have H1s. Inside of p1.html I have hello everyone, and inside of p2.html I have hello class. They're both H1s, and I just want to go over different ways in which you can inject CSS into your web pages. So for starters, since this is an H1, I can use embedded CSS in order to do this. This is a technique that we've been using so far, where I have a style tag, and inside that style tag, I can call an element by either its tag name, its class, or its ID, and I can go in and start styling this thing up. Like, say, I want to change the color of this text to red. And this is what we've been playing around with so far, and it works great. This is really effective if I have multiple H1s on the page. They will all have that same effect. I will call all H1s and change all of their color to red. One limitation about this technique is that the style, that I've defined on this page does not affect any of the other pages that I have inside of my project. So if I go to P2, for instance, you can see over here that hello class is still black. So I want to introduce another way in which we can play around with CSS, and that is by calling an external style sheet. So in the side here, normally I would store this inside of an assets folder, inside of a CSS folder, but for our purposes, I'm just going to make it really nice and easy by putting it in the root directory over here. So I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this one style.css. So as you can see inside of my project, I have P1, P2, and style.css. And just to show you what this looks like inside of my Finder, here we are. Where I have P1, P2, and style.css. And normally this would be inside of an assets folder, but just for today, just for this demo, I have it all in the root directory. Okay, so now that I've created this file, the only thing that goes into this file, and this file is a text file just like an HTML file is, or just like a JavaScript file is, it just contains text. Inside of style.css, I don't need to put in any HTML code. The only thing that goes in here is CSS syntax. So for instance, I can turn around and I can say, call H1. And in this case, what I want to do is I want to change the font family to Helvetica. Like so. Right. And as you can see, it hasn't affected my pages yet because I haven't linked this CSS file to P1 and P2 yet. So let's go and do that. Inside of the head of my HTML document, I can create a new element called link. And inside here, it takes two attributes. One is rel, and we're going to set that equal to style sheet. And we'll also call an href attribute where we set that to, and then we call our file name over here, style.css. And this path is relative just like image path or just like link path. If this were in the appropriate place inside of an assets folder and inside of a CSS folder, it would look like this, assets/css/style.css. But since it's in a root directory in the same directory as P1, we just need to do that. And you can see over here that P1 is now using Helvetica for my H1s because that's what I specified in this file, and now it's linked to this file. So in order to make this apply to multiple pages, I just need to add in that code inside of each one of my pages that I want to call style.css from. So here we go. This is P1, all Helvetica, and this is P2, and there's Helvetica, right? And notice the color is still different because this rule over here, specifying that the color is red, is not overwriting this at all. I'm still calling this, I'm still changing the font family. I'm just also including that the color should be red, and it's only applying to this page. And that is the difference between this method and this method. When I use the style tag, I'm embedding CSS. It's called CSS embedding. And I'm embedding the CSS directly into this page, and as far as scope is concerned, it only applies to the HTML that's on this page, no other page. Whereas the stuff that I put inside of style.css applies to any file, any HTML file that has this line of code in there that's calling that style sheet. So because I'm calling style sheet over here and over here, that CSS that's saying that I want my H1s to be Helvetica is being applied. So what that means is when it comes to style.css, I could put in rules over here that apply across the whole site, or at least across many pages on my site. And that's very different than just having CSS that just applies to the one page. So this is for multiple pages, and this is for just the page that it appears on. There is a third way. So this is called an external style sheet. This file over here, it's an external file that we're calling into our CSS, that we're calling into our HTML. There is another way that we could apply CSS, and that is inline. So this is external, this is embedded, and then we also have inline. And when we call inline styling, that is creating a style attribute directly inside of an HTML element, and we could change something about this element. For instance, I want to change the font size of this particular H1 as opposed to every other H1 that's on the page. And I'm going to say that I want the font size to be 50 pixels. And now you can see that this one is larger than all the other H1s that are on the page. That's because it's directly inlined with the CSS that's applying that. Also note the syntax over here, I'm calling a style attribute, I'm setting it equal to, and then I just write my CSS rules. And if I had another rule, then I would just add a space over here, and let's play around with text transform, and set it to uppercase. And I could just keep on chaining more and more CSS rules after this, right? So this is inline, where I don't need a selector. I'm already inside the element, so we know which element needs to be styled. We have embedded, and we have external. Now, the scope of these get smaller as we go down, right? So an external style sheet allows me to style multiple pages in the exact same way, and it also greatly reduces the amount of code that we need. Embedded CSS allows me to affect multiple elements on the same page, and inlining allows me to style one element on a page. Hello class, in this video I wanted to talk about the background properties in CSS, and talk a little bit about color. So inside of this page I have three main sections over here. I have the beginning, the middle, and the end. And in order to spruce up this page, I want this first bit of text to be the hero, the main thing, the attention grabber for the web page, and then we can follow it up with a little bit more information, and then finally we'll end off with a call to action. In this video, we'll talk about this section and how we can make an interesting hero. So, and as a side note, this is inside of the CSS repo. This page is called background.html. And a couple of things to note over here is I have background.html. I also have an images folder, and inside that images folder, I have a file called hero.jpg. So this is it. It's a pretty big image. It's 2000 by 1300 pixels. I would preferably resize this in Photoshop, but it'll work for our purposes today. So back on background.html, let's take a look at this setup over here. I have divs, and as you can see, I have a lot of nested divs. So there is the main container called hero. Inside there is another div called overlay, and inside there is another div called content, and content contains a H1 and a paragraph. The idea over here is that hero will have a background image. Then in order to create some contrast between that background image and this text, because if you see over here, this background image is, I think it's nice, but it also causes a problem because there's a lot of light and dark pixels over here, and I plan on putting text on top of this. So as far as legibility is concerned, that contrast, that difference in light and dark pixels, light and dark parts of the image will create some issues as far as legibility. What the plan is will be to have the background image over here for the hero div, and then overlay is going to be a box on top of that that's going to have a transparent color, and that transparent color is going to dull the contrast of that background image, and that will allow for my text to pop and remain legible. In addition to that, I also have this div called content, and we can put our text in a box to further enhance that contrast between the foreground and the background. So let's get into it. I have my style tag up here inside of the head of my HTML. And inside here, I can start off by calling hero. Now, hero is an ID, so that means I need to start off with a pound and then call the ID of hero. And now I can start styling this one div as opposed to all the other divs that are on the page. So I have a choice here of calling either background image as a property, or I can just call background for short. Right? Now the background property, this shorthand over here, can accept either a color or an image. And I have the ability to pick either. So in order to put in an image, I need to first start off with URL, follow it up with opening and closing parens, and then close out my statement with a semicolon. Inside of the opening and closing parens, this is where I put in the file path to this image over here. So background.html. From here, I need to access the images folder. So I need to start off with img / and then I could call my hero file. Let's save that. and refresh over here. And there you go. And this is what I was talking about before. There's a lot of lights and darks inside of that background image, and that's causing an issue with legibility. There are parts that I can see, like I can see of A, but headline is getting lost inside of the design because of the contrast from that background image. So in order to fix that, we have this overlay div over here. It's a class, so I can style that and I can add a transparent color. So let's go there, and if I'm calling a class, that means I need to start off with a period. I'll follow it up with the class name of overlay, and now I can style that div. Now this div shows up twice. It shows up up top up here, and it also shows up in the call to action that we have down here, right? So when I style this, I will be styling both of them. So here we go. I'm going to call background again, and this time I'm going to use a color. So I have a choice of either calling background or background color. Either is fine. I'm just going to shorthand it as background. And over here I could put hex code. So for instance, I can choose something like, so I'm going to use background for this, and I want to choose a dark red color. So that would mean that my red light would not be at its highest frequency. So I wouldn't choose something like FF. I would probably choose something like DD. And then I could say that I don't want the green channel on, so that would be 2 zeros for the green channel, and then 2 zeros for the blue channel. And there we go. Right. Now this red is still a little bit too bright, so let me drop it really low, and let's go to maybe 2 3s over here. Now that is a dark red, right? And as you can see over here, it is a transparent, it is an opaque color, and that against my white text over here is causing a lot of legibility issues. I can barely see this text. So we could go to content for a second, and we could change that text to knockout, meaning let's make it lighter than the dark background that it's surrounded by. So we could call .content, call this div over here, and we can say that inside here the text specifically should be white. So I could do FF for the red channel, FF for the green channel, FF for the blue channel, and I forgot you need to start off with a pound. And there you go. So now my text is legible. I could read all this just fine. But now we have another issue, which is the dark red color is completely opaque, so I can't see the background image that's sitting right behind it. It's there. I just can't see it because this div is right on top of it. So we have another color mode that we can use. Hex code, the hex code color mode is really cool, and it allows a huge gamut of color, but it does have limitations when it comes to opacity. Any color that you put in is 100% opaque. You can't see through it. But we do have a solution for that, and that is using the RGBA color mode. So the way that we would write this, I'll just comment this out and start off a new line just to show you the contrast. So here we would put in background. And for here, we would format this as RGBA, open and close parens. And inside here, you would put the respective values for red, green, blue, and alpha. For red, green, and blue, the numbers that you would put in would range from 0 to 255. That gives you 256 different variations. And you would separate them with a comma. So, for instance, if I wanted white, it would be 255 for the red channel, 255 for the green channel, and 255 for the blue channel. And this gives me a white background. If I wanted black, that would be 0 for the red channel, 0 for the green channel, 0 for the blue channel, and that gives me black. In my case, I want a dark red, so I want a little bit of a red color in here. So for the red channel, I'll change this to 30. And it is a little hard to see on the screen, but it is a very dark red, right? The color has shifted a little bit. And the last part over here, the A, stands for alpha, and that is what is controlling the opacity. And the value over here is not 0 to 255, it's 0 to 1. And what that means is I could put in either 0, which makes it completely transparent. I could put in 1, which makes it completely opaque, or I could put something in the middle. So if I did something like 0.5, for example, I now have a transparency. I can now see through this dark red and view the image behind it. And as you can see, by doing this, I reduce the contrast between the background image and the text on top, right? And I could pump that up even more to increase that contrast. In addition to that, I also have the ability to create a gradient. Gradients are, if you may have played around with them in Photoshop or Illustrator, but it's basically having a transition of color that goes from one point to another to another to another as we go left to right, up to down, or in some angle. And that's something that we could build out over here. So I'll comment this one out, and I'll show you that variation. And this is a variation that I'm going to use going forward for this. So I'll call background again, and this time I'm going to write in linear gradient, and I'll follow that up with opening closing. And inside of these opening and closing parens, I could put the colors that I want to transition between. So as an example, let me start off with just hex codes. I'll choose a red, like that. Then I want to transition to black. And there you go. I now have this transition. The div is starting on the top as red, and it's transitioning to black as we go down. I also have the ability to change the angle of this. So you can start this off by putting angle, let's say 45, and then we can say DEG, and then comma. And now the angle has shifted to a 45-degree angle. It's starting from the bottom and transitioning in a diagonal going up. So if I did minus 45, that's what it looks like. If I did 90, 270, right, the list goes on. Okay, for our purposes, I do like the fact that it's going from top to bottom. So I'm just going to remove the degrees. Just want you to know that you have the ability to do that. And again, because I'm using these hex numbers, these hex codes, the gradient is 100% opaque. I can't see the image behind it. So I can use the RGB color mode in order to fill this in. So I can actually put in some line breaks in here, and I could start off with this RGB syntax. Pop that in, separate it with a comma, do another one, and then it's just a matter of changing the opacity that we have over here as we transition through. So I'll start off with a 0 transparency, move on to 0.65, and then I can add another one over here where we transition over to full opacity. Right. So I still have that dark red color, but at the top it's pretty transparent. It's fully transparent. Then halfway through we get to 0.65 transparency. That's a 65% transparency. And then by the time we hit the bottom, we get to full opacity. Okay. So I want to also create a little bit more separation between the background and the foreground. This is okay. I still have a little bit of a hard time reading the word headline, right? Something looks pretty good. Of A looked fine always, and goes looks pretty good here, looks pretty good, but I want to just make sure that the legibility is as solid as possible. So what I can do over here for content is I can put in another transparent, a transparent black that's just going to surround the text itself. So I'm going to start off with background, and I'll put in RGBA, open and close, and I want it to be black, so that's zeros on all the primary color channels, RGB, and then for the opacity I'll set this to 0.75, like that. Now I have 3 divs on top of each other, and at this point, it seems a little redundant to have all of these, but what I do have at this point is I have a background image, I have a gradient that's coming down, so I can see a little bit more on the top than I do on the bottom, and then I have the text surrounded with a transparent black. And then we'll play around with spacing so that we can really make this, pop. So we'll do that in the next video. Hello class, in this video I wanted to talk about measurements and the box model. So the box model refers to the construction of your HTML elements, and measurements refers to the different unit of measurements that we have when doing things like creating negative space or shifting elements from one location to another, or changing their dimensions by width and height. So in our last video, we were playing around with color and the background property. There are a couple of other things that we can play around with here in order to make this a little bit more engaging. So I don't like the fact that this text is going from edge to edge. As you can see over here, if I were to stretch this out, that would become a really long line of text for a user to read. Let me put this back. So what I can do is I can say that the box that contains my text should have a specific size. So I can come over here. This is content. Content is a div that contains my text elements. So I could come over here to .content, which we started in the last video, and I can say, let's set the width of this element to be something smaller than just 100% of the document. So I could come in here and I could say, let's try 700 pixels. If I stretch this out again, we can see that effect, right? So before it was going edge to edge, and now this element is 700 pixels in length, kinda. I'm going to get into that in a bit. I also don't like the fact that the text is butting up right against this edge. I want some negative space. So from the edge of the dark box over here in, I want to create some negative space so that my text could sit in that space and have some air around it, some room for my user to read it a lot easier. So that negative space going from an element in would be padding. And with the padding property, I can specify that I want padding on all four sides of my box over here, the top, the bottom, the left, and the right, to be a specific value. So let's come over here and let's pop in something like 60 pixels. And there we go. I now have 60 pixels going from the top, the bottom, the left, and the right. There is a little bit more space on the top and the bottom. That's because there is negative space associated with my text elements as well. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. So let's take a look at what we've done over here. We specified that the width of this div is 600 pixels, and the padding is 60 pixels. And the default for this behavior, or the default calculations inside of most modern browsers, is the width of the content. So that would be this text over here. So this text is not extending past 700 pixels. And then for that negative space is in addition to whatever the width is that we set. So I'm going to inspect this. I'm going to show you where to go to inspect this. But I anticipate that from here, from this point to this point, this div would actually be 60 plus 700 plus another 60, which would give us 820 pixels of width, right? So let's take a look at that. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to inspect it, and I can take a look at the box model by, let me close this out. I could go to a tab over here, computed, and let me just highlight this element again. Right, and there it is. So there's the div. It's 700 pixels in width. It's 149 pixels in height, approximately 150 pixels in height, and I have 60 pixels on the left and the right hand sides. So this is this div itself is not 700 pixels. It's 700 plus 60 on both sides, giving me 820. Now, this can be an issue when it comes to trying to set column structures or set certain dimensions. I want it so that if I specify a div is 700 pixels, it's 700 pixels regardless of the negative space that I'm putting when I'm applying padding. So there is a technique that we can use in order to do that, in order to overwrite this behavior and change it so that 700 pixels means 700 pixels regardless of how much padding I'm going to place on an element. So in order to do that, let's talk about another selector over here. In this selector, I'm just going to put in star, open and close. And the star, this is the character that you get when you hold down shift and then the number 8 on your keyboard. This represents every single element. And we put it up high so that has very low priority, so we can always go in and overwrite anything that we place in here. But this is a really good call to make at the start of your style sheet so that you could apply some presets. These are things that will apply to every single element in your page. In here, I'm going to specify that I want the box sizing of all of my elements to be set to border box. I'm going to save that, and let's refresh over here, and it happened really quick. Let's see. But what happened was that this element shrunk, right? And if I take a look at this box model over here, we can see that we have the content and then we have the padding on either side. It's now 580 for the content plus the 60 on either side. So 580 plus 60 plus 60, or rather 580 plus 120, gives me 700 pixels. So this div is now 700 pixels, regardless of the padding that I put in, right? So if I change this to, let's say, 50 pixels, my div is now has 600 width for the content and 50 on either side. So 600 plus 50 gives me 700 pixels in width. So regardless of the padding that I set, the div is always going to be 700 pixels because that's what I specified over here. Okay, and that's how this works, and it's a really good preset, and it works really well, especially when you're trying to create column structures, and you're trying to say, I want a div to take up half of my space, and you may have a class for many divs that are meant to take up half of the space, but they have different paddings applied to them based on their placement or what content's inside. So you don't have to worry that you have to recalculate for div A because the padding is 10 pixels. Meanwhile, div B, that's supposed to be the same size, has a padding of 30 pixels, right? So just by specifying that both div A and B are 50%, while this is enabled, while this is inside of your style sheet, it will respect those rules, and regardless of the padding, your width will be consistent. So let's take a look at this box model. This is the construction of every single element that's in your HTML. It starts off with the content itself, right? So this is a div, but it contains these text elements. So the text elements have a width and a height associated with them. And then we have the edge of the element. From the edge of the element in, we can apply padding, and we can also apply border, right? So border has a width. Right now there is no border, but if we started applying some, that would take up space. And then outside of our element, we have the margin. So the margin is a negative space outside of this div. The border and the padding are from the edge of the element in, and then we finally have our content. Let's take a look at that padding property again. So here's that padding property, and you can see over here. So this is our padding property, and you can see that when I specify a dimension, a unit of measurement over here, I'm using pixels at this point, it is applying it universally across all four edges, right? I have my top edge, my bottom edge, my left, and my right. I can then go and start applying specific padding to specific sides inside of my CSS by calling that direction. For instance, I can say, instead of padding 60, this is shorthand for writing padding top, and setting that to 60 pixels. And I'll just duplicate this for the others. That would be padding top, padding bottom, padding left, and padding right. And that gives me the same effect because they're all set to 60. If I start changing all four of these values, like let's say I make the first one 10, I make the bottom 30, I leave the left at 60, and I change the right to be 80, or rather, let's set it to 0. Then you can see that I have different negative space on all four of my directions. There is a way to shorthand this if I do want if I want different values on my different edges by just using the padding property. So let's go back to that. So here, I'm specifying that all four sides will universally have 60 pixels. If I wanted all four sides to have something different, I can do that as well by just listing out four different values in here with a space. So for example, I can specify that I want the top to be 260 pixels. The right will be 60 pixels. The bottom will be 30 pixels, and the left will be another 60 pixels. Let's take a look at that. And there we go. All right. So the top has 256 pixels. the left and right hand sides are both set to 60 and the bottom is set to 30. Let's take a look at that syntax. And here's how it works. By specifying the 4 values, the easiest way to remember this is that you are looking at a clock and you're starting at 12, right? So the first value over here is for the top. The second value is for the right. See, we're going clockwise. The third value is for the bottom. And the fourth value is for the left. Top, right, bottom, and left. So we can specify unequal distribution of space when it comes to padding for an element just by listing them out and applying a space in between each value. In addition to that, I can also play around with the margin. So I want some negative space between the edge of the box and the left edge over here. I don't want it to be butting right against this. I want it to be shifted over a little bit. So I could apply some negative space on the left-hand side to shift this whole div over. So margin has the same exact syntax as padding, where I could either call margin left, margin right, margin top, margin bottom, or I could just call margin and then specify all four of my dimensions. In this case, I'm going to call margin left, and I'm going to set it to 10 pixels. And let me refresh over here. And it's a little hard to see, but it is shifted over. Let me make it more drastic. Let's go 60 pixels. And there it is. Right. So when we talk about margin, we're talking about the negative space outside of the div, right? Outside of the element that we're manipulating. So on this side, outside of the content div, I've applied 60 pixels of negative space. Okay, and this looks a lot better. This is what I was referring to in the last video where I said, you know, it seemed pretty redundant that I had a background image and then I had the overlay, which was reducing the contrast, and then I had this transparent color for content, which was also reducing the contrast, and they were all taking up the same space. Now I've applied a width so that it doesn't span the whole div. I set it to 700 pixels. I've applied some negative space going from the edge of that element in so that we have some room to breathe over here, right, for my text. And I've also applied negative space outside of my div to just shift it over a little bit. Another thing that I want to call out about that star selector is you can see over here that all of my text is Times New Roman. And if I wanted to set all of these elements to be a specific font as a default, then I could do that over here as well. So for instance, I'm going to say, hey, let's change all the font families for all of my elements to be some other default other than Times New Roman. So instead of calling every single element, I can just call all elements from this spot. And let's set it to Helvetica. Like that. And there we go. Now all of my fonts are set to Helvetica. Right? Doesn't matter if it's a H1, doesn't matter if it's a bold tag, doesn't matter if it's a paragraph. All of my fonts are set to Helvetica because I use this preset over here. I called all elements, I applied the box sizing, and I applied a default font family other than Times New Roman. Okay, so let's jump down to CTA. And as you can see, CTA has some properties that we've already set because CTA, our call to action over here, also contains an overlay and also contains content for the text that we have inside it. So it took some of the properties that we've already established, like all the properties for overlay and all the properties for content. So it exists in both of these places, and that's why this other div has this look and feel. It has a background that's transitioning from a transparent red to a fully opaque dark red, and we have this black box with this color and this space and this negative space around it. Right. This blue over here is just a highlight, by the way. Let me highlight it like that. Like that, and you can see what the design is. Okay. Now, the reason why I don't see this background color is because I styled the div called Hero with this background image. Meanwhile, this one has a different parent element. This one has a class of CTA. So let's go assign CTA with a different background image. So let's call that pound CTA, open and close. And inside here, we can call background URL, open and close, and then call image/cta.jpg. refresh over here. And there we go. Our background image is now set. Okay. So there are a couple other properties that we can use for the background. So read through the slides because they refer to applying position and sizing to your background image so that you could further format and control the behavior of your background images. The last topic that I wanted to discuss today was units of measurement. So as we've been going through this demo, you have seen me use pixels. And pixels is referring to the individual little lamps that I have on my screen, or rather on your screen as you're watching this. And each one of those lamps are cut up into 3 smaller lamps, one for red, one for green, one for blue. One of those pixels is a unit of measurement on your screen. So I'm saying over here that based on the amount of little pixels that I have on my screen, shift over 60 of them in order to start painting this div in this location. So from this edge, go over 60 of those little lamps, and then we get to this position where we can start having this content div over here. When I said that I wanted this dark box to be 700 pixels, I was saying that starting from here and then shifting over to this point should be 700 of those little lamps, right? If I were on a projector, where a projector is taking my display and shining it at a larger size, where each pixel is actually physically bigger on the wall that you're seeing the projection on, then this box would be a lot bigger, right? Because there would be bigger pixels going from 0 to 700. But that's not the only measurement that we have. Another unit of measurement that I want to show you is viewport height and viewport width. That refers to the negative space that I have within my browser window. Right? So regardless of whatever my browser is set to, I have a dimension over here. There are a set amount of pixels going from left to right. There are a set amount of pixels going from top to bottom. So over here, I can specify going across if I want to use a percentage of that size or a percentage of the height using my viewport units. So let's take a look at those. So for the hero, what I want to do is I want to say that I want the hero to always be 60% of my window as far as height is concerned. So I can call the height property over here. And if I said that I want it to be 100% of the viewport height, I would call 100 BH. And you can see over here that my background image is starting up here and going all the way down to this point. And there is a little lip, we'll talk about that in a second. But the size of this div, you can see that as I shift down, it is fitting perfectly within the width of my window, right? I said I want it to be 100% of the height of my window, and that's what it's doing over here. I could also change it to a different percentage. I could say something like, let's change this to 60% of the height. So whatever the height is, set it to 60% of that. And you can see that effect as I start shifting this around, right? You can see that the background image is growing and shrinking based on the dimensions that I'm setting over here. So pretty cool stuff. Now, height is normally defined by the negative space that is specified for an element, as well as the content for that element. So the reason why overlay is stopping at this point is because its content, this black box, is this large. The reason why the black box is this large is because there is height that is used for the text in here, plus the padding that I specified, that 260 pixels on the top and the 30 pixels on the bottom, is forcing the height of this element. So in order to accommodate for all the space that the child is taking up, overlay is starting up here and ending down here. All right, so it can fit all the stuff that's within it. We can change that, and we can overwrite it. So let's go to overlay, which is right over here. And let's specify that we want the height of this element to be 100%. Now this is another unit of measurement that we have over here. And what it refers to is the dimension of the parent element. So basically we're saying that if hero is 600 pixels, then we want overlay to be 100% of that. We want overlay to also be 600 pixels. If hero is 300 pixels, then we want overlay to also be 300 pixels. So you can see that stretching with that. Let me reduce the padding that we have over here for content so that you can really see it. There we go. Okay, so there's overlay, increasing and decreasing. You can see that the gradient is shifting as I play around with the dimensions over here. Okay, so the hero is shifting in size, and overlay is also shifting in size. Now, hero is shifting in size because the viewport height is changing as I'm doing this, right? I'm changing the height of my document window. So hero is sticking to that 60% of whatever my viewport height is. So let's say my document window at this point is around 600 pixels. So hero is 60% of that, and then overlay is 100% of that number. And then when I shift this up, let's say we shift it up to 500 pixels, then hero is going to be 60% of that 500, and overlay is going to be that exact same number because it's set to 100%. So when we're talking about viewport height or viewport width, we are talking about looking at the dimensions of your browser window and then setting a percentage to those dimensions, right? If we were talking about percent, then we are talking about that element's parent and setting a percentage based on that parent's dimension. Hello class, in this video I wanted to talk about the CSS syntax and how we can start incorporating it into our web pages. Here I am looking at the index file within the CSS repo that I sent over to you. And to start off, we are going to look inside of the head of our web page over here. So let's start off by establishing a title tag, and I could call this CSS play. And we now have a new element that we could play with that goes inside of the head tag called style. And I could write CSS directly into my web page from this element. One thing to note is that if I am styling up my page this way by using the style tag, then the styles that are listed in here will affect the HTML elements just for this page. So as you can see on the side over here, I have many HTML pages. Whatever I do in here will not affect any of these others that are out here. We'll go over a couple of different ways to do that. It's all listed on the slides, but I just want to give you a peek into how you can start building out the CSS syntax for your web pages. Let's take a look at some of the elements that we have on this page. For instance, let's take a look over here. We have this word heading. It's inside of a H1 and it has an ID. And the ID is equal to title. So this is something that that we've seen before where I have IDs and I could use the ID attribute to give a HTML element a very specific name. IDs are not replicated, so that means that I can have IDs on every single one of these elements. They just all need to be equal to something else. So I could call this one ID equal to subhead. I could call this one ID equal to first para, right? Whatever it is, I just wouldn't use title again on this web page. In contrast to that, we also have a new HTML attribute called class. Class is a way of identifying elements by a name, but in this case, in the case of class, you could reuse names over and over again. That's actually what classes are meant to do. So as you can see over here, I have a div with a class of container, and I also have a class of KO. And then down here, I have another div that has a class of container. I have a div down here with a class of container and KO. And in this case, what that means is that each of these three divs all share a common class. So if I call that class in style container, I will affect these three divs. Meanwhile, if I call the class KO, I will only affect this div over here and this div over here. This div will not be affected because it does not contain that class of KO. Okay, so you have that combination where you can style an element specifically by calling its ID, or you could style multiple elements by giving them a common class name. So let's take a look at the syntax. Another way to select elements inside of your HTML is by calling the tag of the element. So for instance, if I want to style every single paragraph, I could call P over here, P, which is a HTML tag for paragraphs. So this element, and this element would all be affected by this call over here. So we start off with the selector, which element are we going to change, and we follow it up with curly braces. and my CSS rules go inside of these curly braces. So to start, we're going to play around with some typographic CSS properties like font size. And I want my text to be a little bit bigger, so let me call 20 pixels over here. And you can see that all three of the paragraphs have increased in size. I also want to change the font family. So let me call font family over here. And I could change their font to Helvetica. Okay, so you can see that already within this chunk of code over here, I styled 3 elements on my page, and if I had more paragraphs on this page, they would also be affected. In addition to that, I can call elements by their ID. If I'm calling an element by its ID, I need to start off with pound, and then I could style an element. So in this case, I'm going to call title, and I can start styling this element. Let me call the color tag, and let me change the color of that element to red. And let me also call the font size, the font family, and change it to Palatino, which needs to be capital P and inside quotes, I believe. Palatino. There you go. Okay, so just to show you the before and after, I could comment this line out. So that's Times New Roman. That's the default on my computer. And if I bring that line in, it is Palatino. Okay. The color property changes the color of the text. If I want to change the color of the background, that's a different property. And font family set to Palatino over here is what's changing the font face, the typeface that I'm using on this, element. As you can see, I am breaking up multiple CSS rules inside of my selected element. The way you do that is you call your CSS property over here, and the slides contain a full list. Also inside of this repo is a full demo on many of those properties. After you call the property, you follow it up with a colon, and then you put your value, and then you end off the line with a semicolon. So it's property, colon, value, semicolon. And you can see that on all these rules over here. Property, colon, value, semicolon. If I'm trying to call an element by its class, I need to start off with a period. So let's try to play around with these containers over here. So I'm going to call period container. And over here, I'll add some padding, which we'll talk about a little bit later, maybe, I believe, next week. So there we go. I just added some negative space inside each one of my divs. I was able to affect all 3 of those containers by, all 3 of those divs by calling the class of container. In addition to that, I also have the class of KO, so I could use period KO. And inside here, I'm going to change the background color to black. I'm going to change the background to black. And as you can see, it's now, I now have black text on a black background. So I can also change the color of elements inside of that, inside of those divs to be white. Now, one thing to note over here, down here, I have a div that has a class of KO, and I specified that the background is black, and the text within it, namely this paragraph over here, is going to be white. And that's to be expected. Let's take a look at that first div. This div also has a class of KO, and it has 3 text elements inside it. This H1, this H2, and this paragraph. The H2 and the paragraph are white, but the H1 remains as red. And there are some rules around that. And this is that contradiction that I was telling you about before that comes along with CSS. According to what I wrote over here, I have 2 rules that are determining the color of this element. The first rule, or the weakest rule that I have over here, is for KO, where I said all the text within KO should be white. But over here, I'm specifically calling the ID of title. It's an element inside of KO, and here I am saying that the color should be red. So, for this particular element, my browser has some logic that says whether or not it should be white, like I specified over here,
or it should be red, like it's specified over here. And as we can see, red won out. This is part of the cascade that comes with CSS. And the two main considerations as to why this color is red, why this rule on line 12 won out, is number one, it is higher up in our code. Code that is higher than other rules takes a little bit more priority. The second consideration is specificity. So over here, I'm not specifying which elements inside of KO should be white. I'm just saying text in general should be white. Meanwhile, over here, I am being very explicit. An element that has a title, that has the ID of title, should be red. There is only one element that's inside of my HTML that has this ID of title. And that's how IDs work. They are uniquely used. I don't have 10 elements that are called title. I don't have 10 elements that have the ID of title. I only have one element that has ID of title. So because I'm being very explicit in saying this one element should be red, that raises the prioritization of this rule over this one down here. But this is the CSS syntax as a whole. You could select elements by their tag name, like I called all my paragraphs, by using P as my selector. I have my curly braces over here where I have my properties followed by their values separated with a colon, and I end every statement with a semicolon. I could also call elements by their ID using pound sign, or I could call classes by using periods. So period KO, period container. Hello class, in this video I wanted to begin the discussion on CSS. So in order to demonstrate what's possible with CSS, I wanted to show you CSS Zen Garden, which is a website where you can download HTML and you could play around with the CSS on that HTML and then submit it back to the site. So just to demonstrate this, we have a couple of links on the side over here, so I'm going to click on this one and this one. And I held down Command in order to open them up in new windows. So we have this web page over here. And then we have this web page over here. And we have this web page over here. We have animations. Okay. And the main thing to remember about these three pages is that the HTML is identical. The difference is inside of the CSS that's used to style these pages. And they give us a very different view, depending on what the styling of that CSS was. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is the use of the developer tools. So if I have an element like this one over here, the Road to Enlightenment, and I want to change the style, I can use developer tools to play around with this element and also check out when things go wrong. So in order to do that, on a web page, you can right click, go to Inspect, and this will open up your web developer tools. It's important to note that this is how you would do it if you are in Chrome. Other modern web developers do have web developer tools. Other modern browsers do have web developer tools, but this is why we want to use Chrome. So this way we all have the same tools and the same way of accessing those tools. So over here is your web developer tool panel, and you have a couple of tabs up here. Right, the ones that we are going to focus on primarily in this course is going to be the Elements tab and the console when we start talking about JavaScript. In the Elements tab, we can see the CSS that constructs this page as Chrome sees it. What that means is if there were any issues with the if there were any issues with the HTML, then Chrome will do its best to try to fix those issues that it sees. So this is a good place to look if your HTML is not matching up what you think you wrote. So you can see if tags aren't closed, if tags aren't nested correctly, you can see all that here. In the Elements tab, there is a secondary panel over down below called Styles, and this is all the CSS that goes into this one particular element that we have highlighted over here. You can see that as I click around, the CSS down here changes. We could turn off the console. We could turn off the developer tools by clicking on the close button over here, and we could always bring it back by right-clicking and going into inspect again. Okay, so that's how you can turn it on and off. You also have the ability to switch the view. So right now, my developer tools is showing on the right-hand side. I could also have it drop to the bottom, like this. And I could also bring it back by clicking over here and switching it back to the right-hand side. Now, this is all of the CSS rules that are applied to this one element. And there's a couple of things that we can note about how this works. Over here, you can see that the color is set to this green color over here. This is a hex code, which we'll be talking about later. And I do have a different tone of green that's listed down here. And right now, that one is crossed out. So one of the concepts behind CSS is the idea of cascading, where you can have multiple rules that apply to the same element, and if those rules conflict, like I have two different versions of green over here, there are rules in place that determine which one of these rules will win out. So let's see if it's obvious. If I click on this, it's not that obvious. Let's take a look at font family over here. If I click on that, you can see that the font changes, right? All I did over here was I deselected font family, and if we look down further in our CSS, we can see that there was another rule here for Baskerville that kicked in, and that's why this text is now in Baskerville. And if I reestablish that by selecting this element again, you can see that this is now Julius, and our Baskerville rule is crossed out. So this is another thing to check. If you are styling a site and things aren't going the way that you expected, you can see if another rule is overriding what you programmed into your CSS. You can also change things. So for instance, I could click on this and I can say, okay, Julius is interesting, but what would happen if I change this font to Helvetica? And now the font is in Helvetica, and you can see that over here. So you can edit the CSS. These edits are not permanent. They are local to your machine, so it's not like somebody else who's coming into this web page is going to see this font in Helvetica. This is not being stored on the site's servers. This is all happening on your browser, and as soon as you refresh this page, it reverts back to what it was before. So it's a good place to test. You could play around with things. You could break stuff and experiment, knowing that you are not permanently changing any of the code that's coming from this page. You also have the ability to add your own. So for instance, if I wanted to add a new rule under here, let's do text decoration, and I want to add an underline. I can do that. I can also come up here. Every element has this one set where it says element.style, and this is basically just adding CSS rules directly to the element. So a good example of this would be changing the letter spacing so that there's more space between each letter. So I could come up here, write that rule in, and I could add in, let's try 1.5 EM, 1.1 EM. 1.01 EM. Let's try 0.5. And you can see over here that as I was typing all that stuff in, I was editing this one element over here, and I could experiment and play around with it until it looks just like how I want it to look. And then once I have that code, I know where to place this on my inside of my project. HTML is pretty boring. It's black text on a white background, and it's not until we start playing around with CSS where we can start playing around with typography, column structures, playing around with background properties to start styling and branding a page. We also have the web developer tools to help us along with that, where we could debug our code, and we can also experiment with some CSS prior to actually putting it into our project. Hello class, in this video I want to go over building a website from scratch, covering all the topics that we've spoken about up to this point. So let's get into it. I have my desktop over here, and I need to create a website, so that means I'm going to create a new folder, and this is going to be the project folder for this website, and I will give this folder a name of P1. I'm going to open that up, and I need a couple of other folders in here, so I could do that either here or in brackets. I'll do it here just so that once I go into brackets, I don't need to come back. So I'm going to come over here, create a folder for assets inside there. Let me spell that correctly. Okay, inside there, I will create a folder for images, and I'll create another one for CSS. And those will be my assets. Now this is just a folder structure. I still need the files that are going to go into this. So I'm going to move on to brackets, and I'll be able to fill all this stuff in. While brackets is opening, I can go and gather my images. I have a logo over here and some project thumbnails, and I'm just going to drag and drop them. They are all images, so I'm going to drag them into the images folder. Oops, it's the wrong folder. Like that. Okay, so I have everything that is not a text file set up inside of my project. I have my project folder. Inside there is assets. Inside there is CSS. There's nothing in there yet. And I have my images folder that contains all the images I plan on using for this project. Inside here I have a logo and 3 photos I plan on using. Okay, so now let's go into brackets, and I need to upload my project. So that means I'm going to select my P1 folder over here, and I'm going to drag and drop it into the sidebar, and this is my project. Here it is with everything that's in there. So what's missing in here is are my text documents. So down here I'm going to just right click and create a file called index.html. Right, and I want to make sure that this is outside of my assets folder. And I'll step and repeat that. I'll create an about.html, and I will create, oops, that's a new folder. I'm going to get rid of that. I need contact.html, like that. And I could get rid of this folder. I don't need it. Okay, and inside the CSS folder, I also need something. I also need my style sheet. So while I have that folder selected, I'm going to right click on it, go to new file, and create style.css. Okay, and if I go back to that folder, this is what my project should look like now. So I have all of my HTML documents inside of P1 along with the assets folder. Inside the assets folder, I have CSS, which contains style.css, and an images folder that contains all my images. Okay, so I am ready to begin. So I know that in this site, I'm going to have my required tags, and I'm also going to have navigation and a footer, and that is going to be consistent across the whole site. So when I'm building on my index page, I could just work on those parts first, and once I have that hammered down, I'll clone that over to the other pages, and then the custom stuff, I can start building out the custom code for each page after that. Okay, so here's how we're going to start. I'm going to put in doc type. Right, so here's my required tags. I have doc type HTML, my HTML tag, my head, and my body. Inside the head, I have a title tag. I have this meta tag. I'll remove it for now because we haven't spoken about it yet, but that's completely fine to leave in. So this is my required HTML. As the first element on my page, I'm going to put in a header. Inside there, I'm going to put in an image that has a source equal to, I'm going to go to the assets folder, images, call logo.png. And as a sibling to the logo, I'm going to build out a nav element. That nav element needs a list. That list needs list items, and those list items need links. So this first link is going to be to the home page itself. Even though I'm on the home page, this is more for simplicity when it comes to navigation. And now I'm just going to duplicate this line twice. And now I just changed the link reference over here, the H reference, to about and contact. And let me change the words that you click on to about and contact. Okay, let's take a look at what we've done so far. These side by side, like that. Okay, and this is what we've built. Here's our logo, and here's our navigation. It's a nav element that contains a list, and each list item contains links. Okay, and in addition to that, I can also build out the footer. So here we go. And inside the footer, I'm just simply going to put a paragraph that has all the links listed out. just keep that consistent with the top. And I'll put in a pipe over here just to separate each one of these out. So dupe and dupe. There we go. Okay, and there we go. I have a paragraph inside of a footer. The paragraph contains links, and those links are separated with these pipe symbols over here. Okay. That pipe symbol, by the way, is a character right above your return key when you hold down shift. Okay, so each of my pages are going to contain all of this code, and what's going to be different is the stuff in here. So what I can do is, at this point, I can select all, copy, so that's Command A, Command C, or Control A, Control V if you're on a PC. And I'm going to go to each one of my pages. So there's About, save it, and there's Contact, paste, and save it. Okay, and now I could just start making the unique parts of each one of the pages. So for the home page, what I'm going to do is I'll have a div that will have an H1 that says my site, and we'll follow that up with a paragraph tag that says some text. It doesn't need to be too long, so I'm actually going to cut some of this out, and then we can move on to the next section. So I'll create another div over here, and this div will say, we'll have an H2 that says portfolio, and we can create a div for each one of the portfolio pieces. So this one will have an image where the source is equal to, and I'm going to go into the assets folder, the images folder called project 1. And then I'll put in a little paragraph that says caption. And that'll be whatever that text is for this image, the title for that image. And now I could just duplicate this. And all I need to do is change my image source. So this one will be image 2. This one is image 3. Okay. Project 1, Project 2, Project Thumb 1, Project Thumb 2, Project Thumb 3 are all projects that I have inside of my portfolio. Okay, and let me create another section for the call to action. So here I'm going to create another div, and inside there will be an H2 that says contact us today with another paragraph. And I'll make this a different line of text than the first paragraph that we saw. And we'll just leave that as that. Okay. So I have my homepage has 3 sections. I have my welcoming statement over here, and then I have a portfolio section where I can see some images and some captions, and then I have the call to action. This is what I want users to do. I can always fill this in with real text and start adding buttons and start styling this, but that is something that we're going to revisit when we start talking about CSS. Okay. So now I can move on to the next page. So let me just make sure I save index. So I'm going to move on to About. So here on my About page, what I want to do is I want to provide a little bit more information about this company over here. So I'll create a div, and inside that div, I'll create an H1 that says About Us, and I'll follow that up with some text. So let me put some lorem ipsum in there. Okay. Now this div ends over here, so I'm going to create another section. Down here, inside there, I'll create an H2 that says our recent projects. And I could put in a table over here that lays out all the projects that this company has been working on recently. So over here, we'll put in a table row, and for the table, I'll add a border. Set that equal to 1 so we can see each cell separated. And inside of this table row, I'm going to establish the table headers, right? The names of each one of these columns. We can start off with name, then let me duplicate that a couple of times. We'll have a description. And and we'll have the year. Like that. Okay, so those are my table headers, and now I can start filling out my table rows. So I'll create a table row over here, and we'll start putting in some data by using the TD cell. So I could just say that this is project 1, and then after that, I could fill this in with another TD that has some lorem ipsum in it. Doesn't need to be too much, maybe just a sentence like that. Just a brief description. And then we'll follow that up with another TD that has a year. So we'll say that this was 2018. Actually, let's do reverse. Let's say 2020. And then we'll start going earlier and earlier as we start moving down the list. And this is our table so far. Right. So all I need to do is duplicate this a couple of times, right? Let's say we want at least 5 to 6 rows of these. So I'll just duplicate this table row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just get those line breaks in there. Okay. And now all I gotta do is change the project names and the content within, right? My structure is already set up. So it's project 2, project 3, project 4, project 5, and project 6. And I'll change the years too. We'll say the first 2 happened in 2020, and then the next 2 happened in 2019. And then the last 2 happened in 2018. Okay, there's our table. Okay, so that's my home page over here, and my about page over here. And now we can start working on contact. Okay, so for the contact page, I need I want a Google map as well as a form, right? I'll start off with a Google map and then start building out the form. So let me just open some new tab over here, and let me get the address for BMCC. Okay, so here I have BMCC, and I want to share this as a Google map on my site. So I'm going to go to embed a map, copy HTML, and I could come back over here, and I can start using it. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that it's in its own section. So I'm going to create a div over here, and inside that div, I'm going to pop in my iframe. Let's save that, and you can see the iframe over here. Let me reduce this down to normal size, not the code, but HTML page. There you go. And the next thing that I want is to start building out my form. So I'll create a new div over here. And inside that div, I'll create a form tag, opening and closing. And I want this form tag to have a name input, an email input, so we can reply back, and a message input, and a text area, along with a submit button. Right, so that's 4 elements that I'm going to need. So the first one is going to be wrapped in a label. Inside that label, I'm going to request a person's name, and I'll put a break so that I can build out the input that has a type equal to text. It has a name attribute equal to, and I can put in full name and just close that up like that. And there we go. That's my first input on my form. I just realized that I'm missing a heading, so let me go in and put that in there. So let's put in I should actually go up here where I could say, could go in here, H1 that says contact us, like that. Okay. So inside here, inside the second div, I have a form. Inside that form, I have a label. Inside that label, I have the name that I want to associate with this input. And then I have the input itself, right? And in a text input, I need type, and I need the name attribute. Okay, so after that, however I customize my form, the last element that's on my form is going to be an input as a type equal to submit. And we'll put in a value over here to change the wording to say something else like send now. Save that. And there is my there's my submit form. Okay, so for the rest of this, I just need to customize this form a little bit. So I'm just going to duplicate this to create the email field. All right, so there's my label. There's email, where I change the type to email, and I change the name to EML, short for email. The last thing I need here is a text area element. So I duplicate that. I'll say message. And this is going to be completely erased because I need a text area instead, where the name is equal to MSG. Okay, and here's my form. I have an input for name, I have an input for email, and I have an input for message. And when my user fills all that stuff out, when they're done, they can hit the submit button that says send now, and they'll be able to send this message out. Right. That requires backend, which we're not covering in this class, but this is the HTML structure that primes us to start doing stuff like that when we start introducing backend into our application. Okay, so this is our 3-page site. Let me save everything. All right, so all of our pages have the same footer and header. Right, the homepage has a section, a div, for the welcoming. Right, this is my site. Here's some little text about what the site is. Then we cut into a second section for the portfolio, where we have images and captions. And then we have a third section, which acts as our call to action, where we tell users to contact us today, along with a little bit of information as to why. Let me beautify this. There we go. And I could clean up all these random spaces like that. Okay, and then we get to our About page, and our About page is just a little bit more information about this company. We start off again with a div. We have the title of this page instead of H1. This is About Us, and we have a paragraph tag with some more information. Then we have a table. We started off with the H2, followed up with a table tag. Again, we have 2 divs over here. There's one up here for this opening paragraph, and another one over here for this table. And we have our table tag. We have our table rows. The first table row establishes the table headers, and the rest of the table rows establish the data within our table. So we start off with the name, the description, and the year, and then we just step and repeat that throughout the page. Okay. Let me beautify this, clean it up. And then we have our contact form. We have our contact page. So our contact page, we start off with a div. That div starts off with a title. It says contact us. And then we follow it up with this iframe over here, which has a Google map that points us to BMCC. Then after that, we have another div that's going to contain a form. That form has a label for name. And then we have our input that requires 2 attributes, type set to text and name set to full name. We can step and repeat that for the email. Right, label, and inside there we have an input with the type set to email, and the name set to some arbitrary value, in this case is EML. And then for the last one, we don't use an input tag, we use a text area, and we place the name tag inside of the opening text area tag, and we set this one to MSG. Again, you can set it to whatever you want, right? MSG just makes sense because it's short for message. And then we wrap up our whole form with a submit, with an input that has the type of submit, and the value set to send now, and that's what creates this button. And this button is a submit button that would send this data off to whatever the back-end code would be. Okay. All right, so that's all. That's how we can use HTML to develop a full website. Hello, class. In this video, I wanted to go over HTML forms. So HTML forms have a very important role when it comes to developing websites. Primarily, everything that we've been discussing has been to create content that's for the user. In regards to visual communication, most of the stuff that we've been doing has been one direction, which is the website is presenting content to the user. Forms is one of the primary ways in which we could reverse that, and we can actually start receiving information from a user. This allows for, this has implications when it comes to building out web applications. It has implications for marketing. It has implications for generating leads through a website. And simply put, the HTML elements that we've been using, like links and your text elements and your media, that's all us displaying content to the user. That's all us giving information to the user. Here, click on this. Here, read this. Very similar to a magazine or a poster, right? It's just us providing information to the end user. But with forms, we can actually start receiving information back, right? So we could create forms that allow us to that allow users to post to our social media, the social media site that we've created. It allows us to create login and authentication flows on our website. It allows us to generate leads by setting up appointments or scheduling scheduling visits. We could do so many things with the form where the user is providing information to us. Here, I'm on my contact page, and let me see if I have this up. There we go. So let me just put these next to each other. So I'm going to go through the generation of a form. In order to create a form, you need the parent element called form, opening and closing. And then inside of here, whenever you're creating a new element that the user is filling out, it's good to start off with a label, opening and closing like that. And then inside here, you could put in the name of the label, like I want to grab the person's first name. And then I'll create a break tag because I want to force a new line. And then we can start using form inputs. So that's an input tag. And the input tag has a lot of different uses inside of HTML. It requires a lot of different attributes, which I'll be going over throughout this demo. In this case, I want an element that's going to be a one-line text element. So I could use my type attribute and set it equal to text. I also need a name attribute, and I could put in an arbitrary value over here, like FN. More on this in a second. But this is a setup for an input, where the type defines the behavior of the input, and the name is a unique identifier for this particular input. And just to show you how drastic the behavior can get, I'm going to create an input down on the down below here, and this is a required element for all forms, where the type is set to submit, and this input over here. Sorry, let me just tab these things in appropriately. There we go. Oh, and let me also bring this down the line, like that. This is as simple as a form can be. So we have a label tag over here. The label has some text so that the user knows what information we're requesting. In this case, is first name. And then we have our input directly in there that's binding these two together. So inside of this input, we specify that the type is text. That gives us this behavior over here where we can select and we can start typing something in. And we also have an input with the type set to submit. The submit does not need a name. There are some circumstances where you would want a name, but in this case, this is the only form that's on this page, so we don't need a name for this. One other attribute that we can use over here is to change the text that's inside of this button. We can use the value attribute to set that equal to something like create profile. And as I go in and I change this text, you can see how it's changing the text inside of the button over here. This now says create profile instead of submit. So the input has three attributes that we've covered already. The type is defining the behavior. So you can see that the type over here of text is allowing for us to enter in some text inside of this one line text field. Meanwhile, the type of submit over here allows us to create this button. We have the name attribute, which is a unique identifier for this text element because I have multiple text elements here. And we have the value attribute, which in the case of a submit changes the text inside of the button. The submit button is what lets our browser know that our user is done filling out the form, right? So as soon as the user clicks this, we can start generating or handling the data that the user has filled in. That requires some back-end programming to actually do things with this data, which is outside the scope of this class. But what I do want you to focus on is the correct syntax so that when you start looking at back-end code, you'll know your HTML will be already set because you know all the different properties that you need in order to generate this. For the purposes of this class, I'm going to use a spreadsheet just to emulate what would happen to this data once it's handled by whatever your backend code is. This is a spreadsheet application that I have on my computer, and this is going to emulate a database. Essentially, whenever I am creating a form, I have a couple of different ways to store the information from that form. The primary way, regardless of whatever format you're using, is to generate a spreadsheet from all the data that the user is entering in. Right. So even though this isn't MySQL or it's not MongoDB, those are database systems. The essential the end result would still look like a two-dimensional data set, columns and rows. So I'm going to create a table that would that we would populate whenever somebody fills out a form over here. So I'm going to say something like FN over here for first name, LN over here for last name, EM for email, PW for password. Let's do gender, so GDR for gender. Let's do type over here, and let's do state. I can just do ST over here. Okay, so these are my column rows. These are my column headers, and whenever a user fills out a new form, we'll generate a new row. Right. So we've already built out something over here. So when the user fills out the value of Sam over here, then that means that we'll create a new row over here where the value under FN would be Sam. Right. So I want to capture the rest of these values by using form inputs for each. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to clone this over. And this time I'm going to create the input for last name, so I'll change the label, so it says last name. And I'll also change the name over here to be LN. See, I'm making the names of these match the columns that I'm going to be associating them with. That's not a hard rule. I could say last name over here while I have LN over here. I'm just doing this for simplicity's sake. So if my user fills in something like Sam and Lopez over here, capital S on Sam, capital L on Lopez, then that's what would be the data that is stored in our system. So this would be Sam under FN and Lopez under LN. And I could keep on going with this for each one of these other values. I'm going to use different types just to show you how they're all constructed. Okay, so one thing that I want to talk about before we continue is this value attribute again. So when it comes to a submit, changing the value changes the words inside of this button. That's cool. But if I were to use the value attribute in something else, like these text inputs that I have over here, then what that does is it becomes the default text that I see inside of this box. So let's say I change this to Bob. Save that. When I reload this page, when I first come into this form, I can see Bob is already pre-populated in there. Okay. What that means is what a user types into these text boxes becomes the value. And that value is what we are storing inside of our database over here. Okay, so if I go in here, the value is currently Bob, but if I change this to John, John is now the value of this input, and John is the value that we will pass to our database. Now, it's not very common for us to put the value attributes on text inputs. Not to say it can't be done, just to say that it's not common. The general practice here, or the general usage of a text element, is that we don't know how the user is spelling their name, so we want them to have the opportunity to spell out their name however they spell it. Right? Take the instance of Jessica, for example. There are probably 5 or 6 different ways that you could spell Jessica. We don't know which one the user goes by, so we allow them to go in and type it however they want. So that's the primary use for text elements. We have a couple of elements that are very similar to text elements. So just to go over a few, the whole list is inside of the slides. Another one that I want to go over is email. So this one, we'll change the label to email. We'll change the type to email. And we'll change the name to be whatever we used over here, EM. Okay. And here's the behavior of an email input. So over here, I could type in Sam Lopez. And then for email, I could put in slopez@gmail.com. And that'll work just fine, right? If I click on the submit, you can see that it reloads my page, and I can actually see all the data that the user entered in inside of the URL. Now, this is a standard behavior for the way that we set up our form over here, right? So you can see contact.html question mark, and then you can see the FN property is equal to Sam, and the LN property is set to Lopez, and the EM property is set to S Lopez, and then this character represents the @ symbol inside the URL. So at gmail.com, right? And that went through perfectly fine. Okay, so let me try to put this in without putting in correct email syntax. So I'm just going to put S Lopez over here, and I'm going to hit submit. And this is the purpose of using an email input tag. I saw a little bit of a pop-up over here that said, hey, you need an @ symbol. Okay, so I put in the @ symbol, and I hit enter again. I hit submit again, and it's saying that it needs characters after the @ symbol. So this is giving the user some additional warnings as far as the correct way to submit this form. Okay. Now, this is to the user's benefit. This has nothing to do with form validation. This has nothing to do with security, right? That is a whole nother ball game that requires a lot of programming in order to make sure that your hackers aren't spamming your form. In this case, the requirements are that you have some text, an @ symbol, and at least one character after the @ symbol. And that's as far as it goes. We know that most emails don't follow that parameter, and there's at least 3 characters. No. I would say at least 5 characters after the @ symbol that you need for a minimum email address. So stuff like AOL.com, that's 7 characters, right? So this is a valid email, and as soon as you hit create profile, it goes through fine. And we can see all that data over here. Okay, so that's the benefit of using email inputs. Let's see, so that would come in as slopez@gmail.com. The next one is password. So I'm going to duplicate this again. Right, we still need a label, we still need a break tag, oops, still need a break tag, we still need an input with a type and a name. So over here, I'm going to say password. This time it's going to have a type of password, and the name is PW, right? That's the name of our column over here. Okay, and this is the behavior of a password. So over here, I could type in Lopez, and over here, if I type in a password of 1234, it generates these bullets so that anybody looking over the user screen won't be able to see what they typed in. Okay, and that behavior is established because of the type value of password over here. So you can see how the type is dramatically changing the behavior, right? You could create a submit button, you could create a password field, you could create an email field, or you could create your standard text fields. Okay, there's a bunch more, like color and date. Those are really cool, so feel free to play around with those. I want to move on to some more complex data structures. I want to move on to more complex HTML form structures over here. So for instance, gender. Gender is going to be a little bit of a different UI. So let's break it down. Over here, I'm going to create another break tag. And in between there, I'm going to create a paragraph for the subset of gender. Over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a set of radio buttons, and the user has to select one of those options. Okay. So over here, I'm going to create a label tag again, but this time I'm going to put the input first and then the label second. So here we go. This is the input. And after that, I'll say male. Now, for the input, I'm going to change the type to radio. And I need to give it a name equal to GDR. And I'm also going to give it a value equal to equal to capital M. Okay, and this is the UI that I get. I get a little bit of a radio. I get a radio button over here, and if I want to create more radio buttons, then I could just duplicate this over and over again. So let's create 2 more. Okay, so we have one for male. Let's create one for female. And let's create one for non-binary. So what I'm doing over here is I'm just changing the values and the label themselves. So let's do non-binary over here like that. And these are my radio buttons now. A couple of things I want to note here. Number one, the label is coming after the input, and that's to get this right, where we see the radio button first, and then the word male, female, non-binary after its input. Note the UI over here. If I click on male, then non-binary is deselected. If I click on female, male is deselected. If I click on non-binary, female is deselected. The user can only select one from this set. That's working because I've grouped all of these inputs, all these radio buttons together based on their name. Right? If one of these had a different value, so I'll just add a 1 over there, then that breaks the grouping, and according to the programming parameters of HTML, that's considered a different radio group. Regardless of where it's placed inside here, GDR1 is not the same as GDR. So I could select male or non-binary, and I could select between those two. But female, which has a name of GDR1, is not part of that set, so I could select that at the same time that I'm selecting between male and non-binary. The only way to group all 3 of these together is to make sure that the name attribute is common. And then the value attributes are unique. So over here, the value is M, F, or N. Now, even though the label is stating male, female, non-binary, if a user selects one of these, only these single characters are going to be returned. So let's say the user fills out this form. So we go Sam Lopez, slopez@gmail, with a password of 123, and they select female and they hit create profile. Then what happens is we get Sam Lopez @gmail, password 123, and over here what gets passed is the value of F, right? Not the word female. This is for the user's benefit, but this is what is actually stored inside of our database. Okay, whatever is inside the value attribute. And that's not to say that I can't make this say female or non-binary or male, right? It's just to say that regardless of whatever is out here, what is stored is inside of this value attribute. Now, the main purpose of a radio button is to limit the options of our users. So what that means is if I had many rows of data over here, let's say I had 10,000 rows, and I wanted to break this, I wanted to do some tracking on who's actually using my system and filling out these profiles. Well, gender is a very important demographic. It may be a very important demographic. If I know that more females are using my system, then that allows me to make better decisions as far as marketing. Maybe I should be marketing more towards females than males. Same thing is true with age. Same thing is true with location, right?
So let's talk about how we can identify females as a gender, right? So here's a possible value. There's F, capital F, lowercase f for female. I could say full word female. I could say all caps female. I could say all lowercase female. I could also, oops. I could say girl. I could say woman. Right, and this is just off of the top of my head. I already have 7 different possible values. I already have 7 different values I could use with the word to identify the female form or the female identity. So if I'm trying to identify how many females or how many people are identifying as females are in my system, then going through all these different variations is very time consuming. Or if I limit the options so that users can only enter in either M, F, or N, well, that makes things a lot simpler, because then that means that when I'm checking my database, I could just check just for F. And I can see over here that I have 2 females using my system, I have 3 males using my system, and I have 2 people that identify as non-binary using my system. Right. So this makes it a lot easier to query, to find out, to cut up my users into different groups so that I can see who is using my system the most or the least. Similar to radio buttons, we also have checkboxes. Checkboxes allow users to have a set of options and to pick multiples from that set. So for our purposes over here, we are going to identify type, as in, let's say, type of profile or type of features that they want for their profile. So I'm going to create a paragraph over here that says type. We'll make the assumption that the user could select what type of profile that they want to create. So it follows the same pattern that we see with radio buttons. There's a label. Inside the label, we specify an input that has a type equal to, and in this case, we are going to put checkbox. We specify the name equal to type, and we can give it a value set equal to, and then we can say something like basic, as in a basic type of profile. Or rather, I could just shortcode that to B. And then I could create another break tag over here so I could duplicate these somewhere. We'll put 3 options over here. We'll say P for pro. And we'll do E for enterprise. Okay, so in this case, the user has a couple of different options over here. They could select whether or not, they could select that they want the basic plan plus the enterprise plan, or the basic plan and the pro plan. And when they hit create profile, what would happen is that whatever type of combination that they put in would all be associated within the same cell of data. So for instance, we could do pro and rather capital P and enterprise like that. And again, you could query through and you could say, give me every single row that has enterprise or the value of E inside of type. And I can see how many users are have enterprise type profiles in my system. So those are some of the most common input types. We have a couple of other elements inside of HTML forms that we can use. I'll go over 2 of them. One is for a drop-down menu. And it's very similar to radio buttons where you can select one from a set. We just get a drop-down instead of these buttons that we could click on. This is how it's constructed. I'm going to create a P tag over here. And in here, I'll say state. And right under it, or actually, so here's how it's constructed. I'm going to create a label tag. Inside of that label tag, I'm going to say state. All right, let's grab which user the state is from. And now I could build out
a drop-down menu starting with select, and inside of the select, I can generate options. Okay. So for the select, we can, this is where we specify the name, ST. Inside the options is where we specify the value. So the value could be an abbreviation of the states. Let's do New York. And then what the user will see is the full spelling of the word New York. And this is our dropdown. And then we could create one of these for each state in the tri-state area. So let's do one for New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. And we just need to change these values over here. Okay, so if a user selects Connecticut, the data that comes back would be CT. Like that. And the last one that I want to talk about is message. So I'll just shortcode this as MSG. Now, these text areas are meant to contain just a little bit of data. Putting in a person's name, an address, emails, passwords, these work for that. But if the user needs to fill out something like a post, or they need to write more than a sentence worth of stuff, then we have a different element that we could use to capture a lot more text, and that is the text area. So let me start off by creating a break tag over here. I'll create a label. Inside of that label, I want to put in a text area. Now, the text that goes inside of these opening and closing tags become the value of this text area. And you can see that as I started typing in, this started filling out. So the only thing that we need over here is to specify the name, where we put MSG. So this gives us a pretty well-rounded form over here where we have text areas that we can fill in. We have email inputs that gives our user a little bit of more UI. We have a password input, which blocks the text and instead shows bullets. We have the ability to create radio buttons, which is one selection from a set. So we could either build out radio buttons to do that, or we could use a drop-down menu by building out a select. We have the ability to create checkboxes, which allows users to select multiples from a set. And we also have our text area, which allows our user to type in a message. All right. And when the user is done with all that, they have their submit button, and this will send all of that data over to our database. Okay. And that's HTML forms. Hello class, in this video I want to talk about media. So I have my project over here that I've been working on in the past couple of videos, and as you can see I do have an images folder, and you see me build out the images tag a couple of times already, but I want to go over it, make sure that it's very clear. And I also downloaded some stuff, some additional media types that we could play around with. So I have this folder over here. There's an image of the Black Widow poster. I have an MP3 for audio. That's what it sounds like. And I also have the Black Widow trailer as a video file. You can see over here. So I have a video, I have an image, and I have an audio track, and I want them to be part of my project. So what I'm going to do is inside of here, I can either do this here or inside brackets. Let me go inside brackets and do this. So here's my project. Inside the assets folder, I could create a new folder and call this one audio. And I'll create one more. So click on assets, right click, and create one called video. And when I go back to my project, I can now see that I have these two new folders here. And I just need to drag and drop these files into the appropriate folder. So here's my audio track. Let me go into images. This will be an image. And under video, this will be my video file. Okay, so now these assets are part of my project, right? So I have my HTML out here, I have my index file, and I have broken up into categories all the assets that I'm going to need for this project. So let me go to index, and I'll create a section for media. I can put that right under the table over here. And I'll just create a H2 over here that says media. And let me get the live preview going. This is what I got right now. Split the screen here. Okay. And under media, we can start off with images, simply because I've already started. So this is the image tag, and the image tag requires an attribute called source. And we set it equal to the file path to whatever image we want to display in this area. So that means I need to go into my assets folder, I need to call my images folder, and then I could call blackwidow.jpg, and there it is. Right. Now this image is huge. The best thing to do is to take this into Photoshop and resize it. But I also have the option to resize this over here using the width property. And I can set it to the width of, let's say, 300. Reset this, and there we go. It definitely requires the source attribute and then the file path to the file that you want. There's supposed to be a space there. And then the width attribute is just to change the width in the event that I don't have imaging software that allows me to resize this image to the appropriate size. In addition to that, we also have audio and video. So they are newer to HTML5. They are opening and closing tags for audio and video. They also take a source attribute where this time we're going to assets. Instead of going into images, I'm going to go into audio and call this audio file called theme song mp3. As I save this and refresh, you will see that there is no change to our HTML over here. That's because audio files are not visual elements. So in order to get a player, we could use another attribute over here called controls. Save that, refresh over here. And now you see that I have a little bit of a player over here. It has a timer, it has a tracker, so I could move forward and back in time. I have audio controls for volume, and I also have this, which allows me to download this track. And here's the play button, play and pause. All right, I could stream. Okay, and that's how that works. And the video tag works the exact same way, where this time I'm going to use video. This time I have a source where I'm going to the video folder that I created and calling the MP4. I also need controls over here, so I can have a video player. And there we go. So let me just expand this out. So there you go. You can see it all on one line. And let's take a look at our video. This is big, so let me resize this. And again, I can use the width attribute for that. And let's set this one to, let's try 600. And there we go. Refresh over here. Here's my player. Here's my tracker. Volume controls. I have the ability to play this in full screen by clicking this icon over here.
It's never easy these days.
I can see picture in picture, which creates this little UI, so it stays there as I scroll through the page.
Done right for my pass.
And I also have the ability to download. So that's those are the media elements that I have inside of HTML. Let me just clean that up. Okay, so we have images, audio, and video. Nowadays, when it comes to most modern browsers accept MP4s and MP3s, so they are pretty widely recognized. For older browsers, that may become an issue. Like I know that there are versions of Internet Explorer that don't like MP4s or don't know how to read them, so that's a consideration to keep in mind. In addition to that, let's talk about these very pesky download buttons. Even if these download buttons aren't here, the ability to right-click and save these assets is default behavior for most browsers, and that is an issue if you are trying to display content with just for the user's view, but you are relying on you're relying on e-commerce, or you're relying on selling these media properties. For instance, this is an audio track, and if I'm trying, let's say this is a music artist's song. They make money by selling this track, and what you're doing by using this audio HTML element is you're allowing the user to just download this for free. Right. Same thing with video. If we're building out a site for Marvel Studios in this example, they make money off of the sales of this movie, and we've just given users the ability to just download this straight through the website without paying a thing. So those are issues that come with using these tags. If that's not a consideration, like you just have a free, like this is a trailer, they're not making money off of the selling of this trailer, that should be fine. But if it is a movie that you're trying to sell or music that you're trying to sell, then this is not a viable solution. So what I want to introduce you to is another element that we have called iframe. And iframes are really cool because they allow you to embed other web pages on top of your web page. So we have a couple of web applications that help when it comes to preventing the theft of intellectual property. So for video, our best bet would be YouTube. So here's YouTube, and I'm going to look up the Black Widow trailer. And I want to show this on my website, and I also want to keep it from being easily downloaded on my website. So here's how we do that. I'm going to click on this trailer. There it is. Okay, so while I'm here, I could go to the share button over here. I could go to embed. And I got this code over here. This is HTML, specifically formatted so that we can see the YouTube video for this Black Widow trailer. So I just copy that. I'm just going to bring it into my site, and I'm going to paste it. And when I come back to my web page, there it is. Okay. So a couple of benefits about this. Number one, can you download videos off of YouTube? The answer is yes. As far as protecting information, there's always a way to pirate and pull information straight off of a website. It takes a lot of know-how, though. What is not available here is an immediate, easy click to download straight from this site. So YouTube is protecting your content. Not to say that it's a perfect system, but there's no such thing as a perfect lock. If you build a lock, there's always some way to crack that lock. The other thing is monetization. So when you build out a YouTube channel, you can gain revenue based on views. So right now we can see that this trailer has been seen over 43 million times. I don't know what the latest numbers are, but I know that you receive money from YouTube for every single view that you get. It's a fraction of a penny per view. So like, you may see $1 after 1,000 views or 10,000 views, whatever it is. But the ability to gain revenue off of your YouTube videos is a very valid thing. Right. And whether people are seeing the video straight from youtube.com or on your website and clicking on a YouTube video that's embedded on a web page, it still counts as a view, which goes towards your monetization and goes towards your brand recognition. Right. The more views that you get, the higher your video will trend. In addition to that, I mentioned before that there are file format issues with some older browsers. YouTube has it set up, has their application set up so that is not an issue. So when you go and you upload a video to YouTube, YouTube does a couple of things in the background when it's processing. What that allows is if I'm viewing a website, if I'm viewing this video through, if I'm looking at this video through a modern browser like Chrome over here, then I'm seeing a JavaScript player that's helping to protect the video and allows me to watch the video just fine. right? Meanwhile, if I were on an older browser and I came to this same web page, instead of seeing the JavaScript movie player, what I would see is a Flash movie player. So YouTube has different players, and when you go and you see a YouTube video, YouTube is detecting what your browser is and what the best video player is for that specific browser. So you don't have to worry about different formats and hosting different formats and having exceptions for, older browsers. YouTube has that all figured out. So you upload once, and YouTube will assign the appropriate player to the users that come in and watch the video. This is what we copied from YouTube, and there's a couple of things in here. Number one, it's an iframe. Now that is not something that is specific to YouTube. That is an HTML element, and you could put in practically any web page that you want directly inside of the source of this element. You can see that I have a width and a height over here. That's just setting the dimensions of the video. I could change these, and that'll change how big or how small this video will appear. The source is pointing to this YouTube video, and I'll get into a little bit more of that. And the rest of this over here is just a whole bunch of parameters that YouTube uses in order to put in some functionality, like allowing picture-in-picture, allowing gyroscope, so that if you're seeing this on a mobile device, it flips along with the rest of the page. Frame borders set to 0, so that's to change the border. And now let's talk about this source. So the source over here is youtube.com/embed/ this code of random characters and numbers. Let's take a look at the page that we were just on. This is youtube.com/watch $V equals, and then there's that exact same code again. This code over here represents the video's unique ID, right? And every single YouTube video has a randomized ID like this. So if I were to change this, I would see a completely different video inside of this space. Sorry, it goes up to the 4 over here. Okay, but if you notice, the URL is different. This is youtube.com/watch. This is youtube.com/embed. And if I go to this link, I'm gonna copy this, open up a new tab, and paste that in. This is what we're embedding. It's a web page on YouTube that just has the video. It doesn't have the recommended videos on the sides. I don't see the likes, the dislikes. I don't see the comments section. I don't see my profile over here, right? It is just a web page that is responsible for showing the video. And you can see over here, no matter how I size it, it's just a video player, or just the video player.
I still have nothing.
All right. Meanwhile, over here, this is a different view. It does contain the video, but it also contains all this additional stuff over here. Okay, so when you go to share and embed, it's giving you a different page that's linking to the same video, and that's how that's working. So that's for video. For audio, we also have SoundCloud, and SoundCloud essentially does similar stuff to YouTube, but this time it's primarily for audio.